Hi guys, you're welcome to Allogenius Ideas. In this video, we are going to be discussing React. I'm going to be teaching React JS. So we are going to be starting from the basics, then we go to more advanced topics, and we are going to be concluding the tutorial using a basic project where we are going to be pulling data from dummy JSON, a platform where you can get test data just to work on your project. Then we will be getting products. We are going to be fetching images. We will be creating the archive page, and we also be creating a single product page for each of the products. Okay, so let's get into it. React was developed by Facebook, and it is a JavaScript library widely embraced for its pivotal role in constructing user interfaces. So this is talking about client side development, not server side. Server side is the backend. React.js is used for front end development. It is known for its simplicity and efficiency. React employs a component based architecture that break down UIs into modular reusable elements. This approach enhances code maintainability and facilitates the creation of dynamic interfaces. Key to React's efficiency is the use of a virtual DOM, a lightweight representation of the actual document object model. This enables React to optimize updates, resulting in faster rendering. The library's declarative syntax simplifies user interface development by allowing developers to describe the desired state, leaving React to manage the underlying changes. React introduces JSX, a syntax extension that resembles HTML, enhancing code readability. Components can maintain internal states and receive data through props, enabling seamless data management within the application. React Lifecycle Methods offer hooks for executing actions at specific points, such as fetching data or cleaning up your operations. Advantages includes code reusability through components, high efficiency driven by the virtual DOM, and an active community contributing to its continual improvement. React influence rather extends beyond web development, with React Native enabling the construction of native mobile applications using familiar web development skills. In essence, React stands as a foundational tool for front-end developers, streamlining user interface development with its modular structure, efficient rendering, and community support. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to be doing now, I'm going to be showing you how you can install Node.js and the Node Package Manager. Two things that we have to install, Node.js and the Node Package Manager. But thanks to the developers at Node.js, they've made this installing both of them. They've made it easier by creating an installer that will install the two of them for you. Okay, so just you can come to Google, look for Node, just look for Node.js. Yes, this is the address over here, just nodejs.org. If you come to nodejs.org, so just open it, nodejs.org. Okay, so you can see the nodejs.org over here. So recommended for most users. This is the long-term support version, then the other one. So you can just click on this one. So you can see Windows installer package. It will check to know, it will drive my device to see what operating system I'm browsing from. If you're on Linux, if you're on Mac, it will just download the appropriate installer for you. So I think if you come to downloads, you can see Windows installer, Mac OS installer. Then we have the, I think this is the one you can use for Linux. So whichever way you want to do this, it's totally fine. But I'm on Windows, so I'll click on this Windows installer. After you click on the installer, it will download it for you. Then after downloading it, all you have to do is just to click on it and install it when it downloads. It is pretty straightforward, so I won't be doing all of that. I have my Node.js installed already. So if you've installed your Node.js properly, if you've installed it properly, you will come to your terminal. So this is not the default terminal that comes with Windows, by the way. I think the default is CMD, but the CMD, I don't like it. So this is the default that comes with Windows. I installed this one from the Microsoft Store. So I think just look for command prompt or something, you will see this other one. So this is the one that comes with Windows by default. Both of them works just fine. So I'll just stick to this other one because I can create multiple tabs. I can create multiple tabs. So I might be working on a full stack project. I'm running my Node.js server, then I'm running my maybe Django server. So my React server rather than my Django server. So if you want to check to see if the node and the npm were installed, all you have to do is just node -v. So you can see the node version that was installed for me 20.9.0. So if you want to check if your npm is installed, npm-v. So you can see that the npm is installed and the node is installed. So um, I can continue with creating a new React project since I've installed my Node.js already. Okay. For you to create a fresh React project, all you have to do is very simple. Or let me just come to documents. So I can come to this new folder, then I can create a new folder. So I can call this one React for everyone. So if I should open it, you can see this empty folder over here. So I can just right click and open it in my terminal. I can close this other window. So this is my terminal over here. This is my terminal over here. So now what I want to do to create my React app is very, very simple. You just have to call the npm package. You can do something like npm create react app. Then the name of your React app, you just add it over here. For example, I can say React for everyone. I can just say React for everyone. But I don't want to. Normally, if I should run this command like this, it is going to create another folder, and the name of the folder is going to be React for everyone. Then it will install it in that folder, which is not what I want. I want it to install it in this folder directly. So instead of doing that, I can just say I'll just put this period over here to tell the Node Package Manager that while executing this Create React app, I want it to be installed in the current folder. So I can just enter. No, actually, it should be npx create React app. Yes, it should be npx. So this is going to take some time. This is going to take some time. I'm going to pause the video, then I'll come back when it is done. Just wait for some time. Okay, so now that the installation is complete, so you can see that it's installed React.js in the current directory, which is exactly what we wanted. Which is exactly what we wanted. So now we can. Okay, all I have to do is to open this current directory in Visual Studio Code. Just open this current directory in Visual Studio Code. So you can use any code editor of your choice, but I would prefer Visual Studio Code. Just right click and open with code, and it will open the current folder in Visual Studio Code. Now, before you start writing any code at all, there are some things that you need to put in place. Let me increase the font size of my settings. Let me increase the font size of my VS Code. Let me make it something like 22 so that it will be bigger a bit. Okay, so apart from that, another thing you have to do, you will come to the extensions marketplace. If you haven't, this this particular extension, ES7 plus React slash Redux slash React native snippets, you have to install it. It makes it makes writing React way more easier. Okay, so you install this extension. You also install Prettier. They also install prettier. We are going to be needing those two. So if you want to use SAS in your project, you can install the live SAS compiler, but I will leave SAS out of this tutorial for now because it's for total beginners. Although I'm going to be showing you how to install packages. So if you want to install SAS at a later time, you can always do that. Okay. So moving on, the next thing that I want to do after you've installed your ES7 React Redux extension for VS Code and your prettier, I like to develop with Chrome. I like to develop with Google Chrome. So on Google Chrome, there's a particular extension for React.js. React Developer Extension for VS Code. Open this and you come to, no, not for VS Code, for Chrome. For Chrome. Okay, so this is React Developer Tools. So this is React Developer Tools. So the thing is, I've installed the extension before now, but you can just open it and you add it to Chrome. Okay, so I've added it to Chrome already. That is why it is telling me to remove from Chrome. But if I don't have it, it will tell me to add to Chrome. So all you have to do after installing this particular extension is to come here. You will see the extension here. So by default, it won't be part of what you have on top over here. So just come here and click on it. It will be available. Now I need you to take note of something. You can see the color of the extension, of the extensions icon over here. Now that I'm on this particular page, now compare it to the color when I'm on this Node.js page. You will notice something, that this particular, the color, it has changed now. If I'm here, the color is different. If I come here, the color is different. The reason is because it is detecting this particular web page. It is detecting this particular web page as a React.js page. So these other ones were not built using React. That is the reason why it is not showing that sign over. It is not changing color. Okay. So how do you use it? You can Control Shift I on your Chrome. You come down to components. If you come to components, so you can see all the components that make up this Node.js page. You see all of them, the components tree. So you will see all the components tree. You see all of them. So you can also check the profiler. So okay, profiling is not supported for this particular page. So you can just, let's go back to the components. So you can see all the components that makes up the whole web page. So this is one other thing that you can do to make your development way easier and monitored. So you can just, I'll just leave this one out. I'll go back to my console. So this is my JavaScript console. Any JavaScript code I write, I can just output the code here. Okay, so close this. Now we go on to VS Code. So this is my VS Code. Come back here. So these are my node modules. These node modules are basically the dependencies of your code. When you install a new package, it will be added to the node modules over here. So this public folder is the folder that during development, the folder that is going to be shown on the web browser. That is the public folder. That is what you have in the public folder. Basically, the public folder is what is running on the web browser. So as for this src folder, this is where you have your source code. This is where you're going to be having your source code. You can see the app.css, the app.js, the app.test, and all those things. So I'll be deleting this, then I'll be creating it again, or I'll just delete everything here. So this git ignore is the git file that is going to be responsible for which of these folders you are going to be ignoring while uploading to Git. So you can see that it is ignoring node modules and it is also ignoring build. Basically, your build is when you build your React. I mean, when you create the production build of your React, it is going to be in this particular build folder. So you will not you by default it is going to ignore that build when you are pushing to GitHub or whatever version control system that you have, that you are using together with Git. So we have the package lock.json, but the one you're concerned with is this package.json. So if you come to packages.json, all the packages that you have installed on this particular React project, you are going to be seeing all the packages here, all the dependencies. You can see the version, and you have more information about this particular project. You can see the name, you can see the version, you can see so many other information about your code over here. Then we have the README file. This README file is for GitHub, so you can just delete everything and do something like this is you can see React tutorial. This tutorial was done for beginners or something. Just write something that is palatable to the ears. You can just write it here. So if I save this and I close this, the first thing you want to do when you start a React project, normally I want to delete this src folder, so I can just delete the folder, move it to recycle bin, then come here and create it again. So src. So now that I have the src folder, I can start my development proper. Okay, so what is the first thing I want to do? I want to create an index.js and an app.js. So come here, create in index.js, then I'm going to be creating app.js. This is the code that you're going to be starting your project with. So you can see import React from React and import React DOM from React hyphen DOM. So React DOM.render, you are going to be rendering the app element, then document.get element by id, then root is going to be the second argument of the render method. So how does this affect your project? If you come to public and you come to index.html, you will see something somewhere here. So you can see this root over here. So any code that you're writing for React, it is going to be rendered inside this div. It's going to be rendered inside this div. So what code do we want rendered inside the div? All you have to do is to just come to you can see this app over here. We have not defined the app. So if you come to the app.js, you can do something like RAFCE. Now the reason why I have this extension, all these suggestions is because of the React extension that I said we should install. This extension over here. So come back here, RAFCE, then if I click on it, it is going to give me this snippet over here. So I want this to be capital letter. So import React from React. You can see div app. So if I should save this and I come to index.js and I save this one too, so it is going to throw up, and the reason is because this app that I've not imported the app. So if I should p, so you see it is suggesting it for me, so just click on it. This is one of the advantages you have coding with VS Code. So I have app, but because this is the project opened in this particular in this folder, it will just look for anywhere it is in the folder and just import it for me by itself. So this will come in very handy, especially when you start working with components and pages and all those. So if I should save this and I come back to over here, so you can see that app is everything that I have on the page for now. Everything I have on the page. We are still going to be talking about styling later on, but let me add just one css file for now. So come here and add maybe app.css. Okay, so this app.css, I can do something like import app.css. So I think it should be import app.css. Yes, this terminal command app.css. So if I should save this, let me run my application, but before I do that, I have to just say body. I can do something like margin 0, padding 0, the same way you will do it in your regular CSS, box sizing of maybe border box. Then I can give it a background color of E. Then I'm supposed to have this at the back. Okay. So you can see the background color over there. So if I should save this, then I can give it a text color of maybe, let me use this one, but I don't like using black in my project, so let me dim it a bit. Not necessarily dim, just make it light a bit. So I don't like using just pure black, like I don't know how to call it. So okay, now I can run my project and we'll see what the output is going to look like. Okay, so what is the output going to look like? Very simple. Come here and run. You can see all these commands that it's giving you. For you to run your code, just npm start. Just use the start command and you will start running your code. But this is not the production build. This is just the development environment. You want to run a local server for your React. So npm start, and I'm going to be using my Chrome where I've installed the developer extension. So come here and npm start. It will start a development environment, a development server for my React. You just have to wait for it a bit. Exactly. So if you take a good look at this particular extension, you can see you can see what I have. You can see the color now. This shows that this page is using the development build, while the one on Node, if I come to nodejs.org, so if you come here, you see it's using the production build, but this is using the development build. You have to be very careful. This is one of the reasons why installing the extension is very good. So you can see the background of my page. You can see the background of my page, and you can see the app that I rendered. The margin zero, the padding zero, everything is off. So if I come back here and I remove this background color, it is going to be giving me that white. And one other advantage of React is that hot reload. If you know what they call hot reload in web development, where the application can reload itself to the current code that you have written. So, but I can just come here and bring back the background, save it, come back here, and you can see the background is back, and you can see the app over here. So let me zoom in more. Control plus. So you can see the app that I just wrote, the this app over here, this app.js, this app. So if you want to view this in our developer console, if you come to elements, you open the root, you see that this div app is the only thing that I have in the root. So let me go back to the main look. Okay, so basically that is how to create your React app and the first set of settings that you're going to go through. Okay, so that is it. Okay, we are moving on to the React basics itself, understanding the JSX syntax, expressions, and elements. Okay, so at the heart of React development lies JSX, a syntax extension for JavaScript that simplifies the creation of user interfaces. JSX combines the power of JavaScript with a syntax reminiscent of HTML, making it a fundamental aspect of React's declarative approach to UI development. Okay, so like I said the other time, UI elements in JSX are expressed using a syntax that closely resembles HTML. So if you come here, then don't forget that this app dot this okay, this is the app, this is index.js. So if you look at it very well, I'm having this is the app that I'm importing. This app is what I'm bringing inside this main project. So moving on, the next thing I want to do is to create a components folder and a page folder. Okay, so come inside the source folder, you create components. So you are going to be doing this a lot. Then pages. So I'm going to be keeping the components away for now. Just I'll be using the pages. So for now, let me just create a JSX file. I can do something like main.jsx. So RAFCE, then you can see that it's giving me main, but I want this to be capital letter. So we are still going to be talking about components, where we talk about functional component and class component. So these are functional components which I use most times, and I've seen professional developers use over the class components. So I'm going to be explaining the two, but for now just roll with me. So come back to the app.js. So basically it is this index.js that is going into the build, but only app.js is going into my index.js. Every other thing that I want to do in the React project will go into app.js. Okay, so if I come to my main.jsx, you can see that I have main over here. So if I come to, let me split my page into two. Okay, so now one thing I can do is that inside my app.js I can just import my main.html. How can I do that? If I should, let me erase this. So I can just say main. Now you will see this thing that is giving me over here, dot slash pages slash main. it, this is one of the advantages you have developing with VS Code. So if I should click on it, you see it gives me that import automatically. This is where the main function can be found. The main component rather, it is also a function that can be found. They just imported it for me. So just, and if I should save this, don't forget that my React server, it is still running. It is still running. If I should come back here, you see I have main instead of app that I used to have. If I should zoom in, you see I have main, I'm not app anymore. So let me zoom back out. Come back to your to VS Code. So inside my main folder, I'm going to be demonstrating the JSS syntax. So you might be having something like const elements equal to, then maybe h1. You can say hello React. Let me add this one. You can say hello React. So you can see the way I just declared a variable over here. So this is just this is also, this is JSX basically. This JSX code, it is not HTML, but a syntax that React understands. Okay, it will translate it into JavaScript. Behind the scenes, JSS is transpiled into regular JavaScript code, ensuring compatibility with browsers. Okay, so if I want to bring in this my element into this main div, I can just do something like this. Say, let me make this one capital letter. I can come here, then I'll bring this in element. So if I should save this, don't forget I used to have main inside here, but now I brought in element, and my element is an h1 element, is an h1 tag that has hello react inside. Come back to my web browser, you see now I'm having hello react. Initially I used to have a paragraph tag, but now I just have hello react. Okay, so actually the reason why it is giving me that margin and padding on top is because I think I made a mistake at the beginning. If you come to my app.css, so normally what I would want to do is this, all the elements, yes. So this is the universal selector. Then I can say body. So this body, I will bring in these two inside. This is how it's supposed to be. Okay, sorry about that. So if I come back here, you see everything is back to its senses. Okay, so element hello react. Come back here, you see I'm having my hello react. So let us come back. Don't forget this is a development build of React, not a production build. So to perform an expression, JSX allows the embedding of JavaScript expressions within curly braces. This enables the JavaScript inclusion of values or variables within the UI element. For instance, you can have something like this that we have done already. So this main component is returning this div over here. That is what the main component is returning. So I'm using these curly braces to bring in this element that I have into the main component. Another thing I can do, I can do something like const, or I can use let as well. I can say no, let um, name equal to maybe halogeneous. Don't forget this other one. Then instead of having react over here, name. So don't forget, I'm bringing name into this element. Then I'm using these curly braces to bring the element into what main is returning to app.js. Okay, you can see that where I'm rendering main is through app.js. Then app.js is what goes into index.js. Don't get yourself confused. So main is going into app, then app is going into index. This index is going into this index.html. It is very straightforward. So we might even close this one for now. We won't be needing it for a long time. So if I should save this one, you can see because of the prettier extension that I have, this prettier extension. So I think I've installed prettier extension before now and I've done the settings. What you want to do is to come to I think Control Shift P. Then you see this format document over here. If you click on it, it will ask you to select the default formatter. So just select prettier and you are good to go. So come to this place. You can see hello halogeneous. It is no longer hello react. So that is how to just perform a basic expression in React.js. So another thing you can do, you can create React elements. Okay, if you take a good look at what I have over here, main is a React element. Main is a React element. Now I want to create an element outside of this particular file. I will call the element from here. You understand? Then I will pass in data from this particular part into that element. Okay, so let me come here and inside my components I can create something like header dot JSX. So this header dot JSX, I can do something like RAFCE, then header. So you can see the header now. Come here, open it. So no, okay. Now I want to pass data into this header from main. I'm going to be calling header from main, but I'm going to be passing data into it. So how can you do that? Very, very simple. You can just come here and I can do something like name. I'm destructuring whatever the user is giving me, or before that I can just say props. Let me just use props for now. Come into main.js, then inside this element over here, if I say hello this other one, I can say, let me open this div. So it is going to be rendering this element first, then it is going to be rendering this other second one. Or let me render the header first. So header. Now because of, you can see component header, just click on it, it will import it for you. So but if it is not importing it, you can easily write this manually. You can just write it manually. So header element, then don't forget to close this. Now if I should save this, it is not passing any props yet. Let me just close this one. So this is div, control D. Let me use H1 so that it will be bigger a bit. So if I should save this and I come back here, you see that I'm having the header before halogeneous, before hello halogeneous, because that is exactly what is happening over here. If you come to main.js, I'm having the header first, then I'm having the element. What is the element? Hello halogeneous. Now this header, I want to pass data into header. I can just do something like title equal to, I might decide to use a string, then I'll say maybe home page. Save this. Now that I've saved it, come here and props to extract the data that that this main component is passing into the header component. I can bring props into this place, then I'll say props dot name. come here, you see that, okay, title rather, title, copy, then title. If I should save this and I come back here, you see home page, which is exactly what main.jsx, this main component is passing into the header component. Come here and you can see this is the home page. Save this, and if I come back here, you see this is the home page. This is the home page. So that is how you can manipulate element. That is just a bit of it. So another thing you can do, instead of using props directly, I don't like using props. So this I know the name that this main.jsx component is passing into the header component. So why not just use the name directly? And you can see it's giving me title. Come here, destructure your props, and just say title. Then instead of even using props, just use only title. So you can see. Come here and you see the page is not broken. Come to your console.log. So okay, just leave all these ones for now. Just leave all these ones for now. So reload. So okay, come here and so that is how you can bring in your elements from any part of your project to another part. Don't forget, in your pages you are going to be having the pages component, but in the components folder you are going to be having the different components that you have that makes up the whole application. So some key points that you should take is that JSX is not HTML. Very, very important. JSX is not HTML. It looks like it, but they are not the same. It is a synthetic sugar that React uses to create React elements in a more concise and expressive manner, like what we did here, like what we did over here. You can see JSX is not HTML. So JSX represents React elements. JSX elements are the building blocks of React.js. So they can represent HTML tags or React components, providing a clear and intuitive structure for UI development. Okay, so understanding JSX is essential for React developers. It is the form as it forms the foundation of how components and UIs are constructed in React applications. As developers delve into React, mastering JSX empowers them to create dynamic and responsive user interfaces efficiently. Okay, so that will be all for the basics of React JS. Now we move on to React components. Let's talk about React components. You've heard me say component a lot of times. Now let's dive into it particularly. So creating React components is a fundamental aspect of building user interfaces in React. Components are modular reusable piece of code. Modular and reusable. Now, if you look at what is happening over here, I'm bringing in this header element from header.jsx. Okay, you can see that I'm using header inside main. I can call header again. Copy, then I can say this is the second call. So instead of typing this h1 multiple times, I can just create a component, import it into any part of my project, then I'll just make a call and I'm good to go. If I should save this and I come to my, you can see the web browser over here. This is the home page. Hello Genius. Then this is the second call. Imagine that I have multiple pages where I'm supposed to use header. I can just bring this in. Now, components might be as simple as just this one line HTML, one line JSX rather. Then components can also be way complex, as much as maybe a product widget, the sidebar, and all those things. Okay, so it can be way complex than this. Now imagine you having to write the same line of code in different places, in different parts of your code. You can just write it at one point, then you import it and use it wherever you want to use it. So that is why I'm referring to it as a piece of reusable code that encapsulates a specific functionality or a piece of the user interface. You can see this piece of the user interface. this piece of the user interface. I wrote it at just one point, then come here and I call it however I want from whichever part of my code I want to call it. So we are going to be talking about the functional components and the class components. Now everything that we have been doing since is what you call functional components. If you come to the index.js, so there's no component over here. If you come to app.js, you can see this app component. This is a component, then this is another component. You can see I'm exporting that component here. Come to header, this is a functional component. So this is a component with props. This is a component with props, like I explained the other time. So this is what a functional component looks like basically. Now we also have the class component. Okay, we also have the class component. Now let me write a class component. So this is component. I can just say class header, or let me say class header. But don't forget JSX. So it is opening it for me over here, RAFCE. Now you can see that it is giving me the functional component, but for me to use it as a class component, RAF, it's giving me the functional component. It's not giving me the class component, so I have to write it manually. Okay, so import. You're going to be importing React. I never use class components. I never use them because functional components is way easier to write, and I've seen professional developers stick to class components. So, but it's good to know that it exists. React. Okay, so this will be your first line. Then you write a JavaScript class. So you do something like class. Then I can just say class header, which is going to be the name of the component. If you come here, you can see this header over here, but in this case this is going to be the name of the component, this class header. Then you are going to be extending the default component, which is this one. Copy, then paste it, then render. You can render whatever you want. So we are going to be rendering maybe just return. What do you want to return? No, Z. It's supposed to be. Oh, let me just return a div since it's going to be a div. Hello, I am a class component. Because of the size, let me do an H1. Control D, H1. So this is what a class component looks like. You can see how stressful it is to write it, but don't forget you have to export it. Okay, so you have to export defaults, then your class components. Save this. Now how do you call this class component? Very simple. Come to the main JSX like we did the other time. Don't forget this main JSX is going into app.jsx. So, or I can call it from app.jsx as well. So instead of returning main, I can do something like this. I can say return maybe div. No. Okay, so return div. You are going to be giving me that class component first. So I can just come here, class header. Now you can see it is giving me this suggestion. Just click on it. It will import it automatically. This saves you a lot of time having to type this thing manually. So after that, then the next thing is just my main component. Copy it and then drag it up. Copy, then drag. Just take this one out and save this. So because of my prettier extension, it is formatting the code properly for me. So don't forget, I have two things now. I have the main component, and this main component is comprising of the header element, this element that I created over here. Then it also comprises of another header element, which both of them are coming from the same class. So this is the second core. So but on the app itself, I'm having this main, and this main is having these three elements. Then this class header is coming from this class header class components. So I have to be seeing four different elements on my web page. Now if I open my web page, it is not showing the fourth one. Class extends value. No, this should be component. I'm sorry about that. This should be component. Sorry about that. Save this. Okay, so it is working fine now. Hello, I am a class component. So that is how you write a class component. Now, the class component, personally, this is just me, my personal preference. I am not a fan of class components. I'm not a fan of class components. I use functional components for everything I do, and it is working just fine for me. Okay, so functional components are concise and primarily responsible for rendering UI, while class components can manage state, lifecycle methods, and have a more complex structure. So now, after talking about creating your functional and class components, how do you pass data into these components? How do you pass data into the components? So this should be giving you something like a parent component and a child component. Now, for the functional component, we did something like that already. If you come to the header, this is me passing this title data into the component. So, and you can see that I was using props initially, but props, I can just destructure props to give me the title, the key that I want. Props is going to be a dictionary. Okay, so that is how you work with data in functional components. So of class components, you can just come here and do something like maybe the data equal to this is test data. Okay, so you can see that I'm passing data into the class header now. Save this and come to the class header. Now, how do we get access to that particular data that we just passed? Very, very simple. You can do something like this. Render, come down. Then you can say const. Don't forget that it is data that we have. Okay. So you can just come here, const, the structure, the props. Then what you are looking for inside is just data. Then equal to this dot props. So how do you use the data in your project? So in your component rather, just this data, you can copy it and hello, I am a class component. Then I can do something like let me just bring it in directly here. Don't forget, I said you can use these curly braces to just inject data directly into the JSX element that you want to pass out. So save this and come here. So you can see this is the test data. So this halogeneous that I have over here, uh, okay, I think it's this other one. This one and this one is me passing data into functional components, but this one over here is me passing data into a class component. Okay, into a class component. So that is it basically. Props allow passing data from parent component to child component, facilitating dynamic content rendering. Okay, so this is the test data. If I come here to change from test to demo and I save this, you can see it is going to be giving me this is the demo data. Okay, so that is it basically. Now we also have state management. State management. So if you want to manage state management, basically, you might create a variable, and for different use cases or for different scenarios or for different users, the variable is going to be having different values. Okay, so how can you create a state for each of those values in such a way that for every use case that you're going to be having, all the scenarios are covered on one spot? Very, very simple. All you have to do for I'm going to be doing this for functional components first. So come to header. So come to header. You can be having something like okay, let me just create a component over here. Then I can do something like create a new component, maybe increment. So this increment.jsx is going to be having something like RAFC. Okay, So, but don't forget, I want this first one to be a capital letter. So, okay. Now, I'm going to be using use state to manage the state. In functional components, there is a particular hook we refer to as use state. So, import react, comma, the structure, use state. So, use state, and it has its own snippets too from React. Okay. So, now we can use the use state snippets. So just use state snippet. So the first one is going to be something like count. Then the initial value I can see 0. So basically, you can see these two values I'm having over here. I have count, then I have set count. So count is a variable, while set count is a function with which I can modify the value of count. I cannot modify the value of count directly, but the use state is giving me the count variable, and it's also giving me a set count function with which I can modify the value of count. The initial value of count is going to be 0. Okay, you can see this is how you do state management in functional components. So this is way easier in functional components actually. So now let us do, I'm going to be returning something over here. Let me return this div. Then I can do something like create a paragraph. Then inside this paragraph I can have count. Then I'll bring in my count variable. So whatever is the count, the value of count is what is going to be, I'm going to be having here. Okay, so then if I come here and create a button, so button, then this button, I'm going to be creating an event handler on click. So this on click is an event handler. We are going to be talking about event handlers later. So just roll with me for now. So I'm going to be using an arrow function. So this is going to be an arrow function, and that arrow function I'm going to be calling set count. So this set count over here is what I'm going to be calling, such that when you click on this button it will increment the value of count, and whatever is the value of count is what I'm going to be having here. So set count, so basically set count is going to be count plus 1. Then the title of the name on the button will be increment. Okay, so save this. So my functional component is ready. So this increment I can just bring it into the main, this app.js, or let me just use the main.js. Let me use the main.js. Let me bring it here actually. So I have my pages, then I have my components. Okay, so let me bring it as the last one over here. So I can have something like open the, then increment. Now you can see that it is giving me that suggestion. Just click on it. Then you can see this tag over here. This is self-closing in HTML. This thing you have just the normal self-closing tag. So save this and come back here. It is telling me something is wrong from some. Okay, I think I'm importing save. That is where it should be coming from. Okay, exactly, that is where it's coming from. Sorry about that. So okay, so come back here. If I click on increment, you can see that the value of my count is changing every time I click on increment. Let me zoom in. So if I should, this is count over here. Let me zoom out. So if I should click on increment, if I should reload the page, it resets to 0. If I should click on increment, you can see that the value is increasing. So that is how you do state management in functional components. So you use the use state function. It is going to be giving you the count variable and the set count function. The count variable is what is holding the value. The set count is what you are using to modify the contents of the value. Okay, so that is state management for functional components for you. But state management for class components. So I'm also going to be using this increment example, but now I'm going to be doing it in a class component. So come here, then I'll just say increment class increment dot JSX. So let me just come to my class header and copy. I don't want to have to write everything from the beginning, so come here, class header. Okay, just header is what I want. Increment. Okay, so I have my class component now. What do I want to do? The first thing I want to do is to create a constructor. Okay, doing this with the class component, it's very stressful. So constructor, I'll create a constructor. Then the constructor is going to be taking in props. So these props now, I'm going to be doing something like super. Then I'm going to be doing props. So now bring in my states. This dot states equal to no equal to count, then 0. So this dot state equals to count, then 0. So just close this one. So I've created the state for it. Let me come to increment and just copy this thing over here. Let me just copy this one. Class increment, and it should be render return. So what am I returning? This is what I'm returning. Okay. So for this count over here, I'm just going to be having this dot state. No, state. This dot state dot count. That is what I'm going to be having. So now, but for the onClick event handler, I'm going to be having this dot set state instead of set count that I'm having under increment. I'm just going to be having this dot set state. So this will be set. No, this will be this dot set state. Okay. So this dot set state. Then I'll open this, the structure, then count. I'll use this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, so that is what I'm going to be having. So I can delete this one in peace. I don't need it anymore. So, and that will be all for this other one. So you can see the class increment, the component, then I'm exporting class increments. So save this, save. Okay, I think I mistakenly pressed something on my keyboard. Come here and bring back my class increment. Okay, yes, so this is my class component. I'm using props inside now, or state management rather, inside the class component. So moving forward, all I have to do is just to come to my main.jsx. Now instead of increment, I can just class increment, but this class increment is coming from a different page. So just click on this one. So you see that I've imported both the increment and the class increment. I don't need this one anymore, so I can just take it out. So the only thing I have now is class increment, and you can see that it is coming from the component folder and the class increment file. Okay, so just come, it is coming from the components folder. So this is the main.jsx inside pages. So this syntax is going to make it to go 2 steps back, 2 folders back. This is the first one, and this is the second one, the src. So from src slash components, then slash class increments. So come here, okay, it's giving me increment. Oh, sorry. increment, save. So come back here and cannot read the property. Okay, I'm having count somewhere. I'm having count. I'm having count somewhere. I'm having count. This dot set state. So count state save. Okay, very good. I think I made a mistake somewhere. This should be set state. This dot state rather. So now I have my class component. Let me reload this. So if I should click on increment, you can see that it is incrementing. You can see that it is incrementing. So this is how you manage state in class components. So managing it in class component is way stressful. I rarely use class components, but if this is your preference, then you are good to go. You are good to go. So like I said, this is how you do it in class components, and this is how this is how you do state management in functional components. So state management is crucial for handling component specific data and triggering renders while state changes. Okay, so next we are going to be talking about lifecycle methods in both the functional and class components. Okay, so we are going to be talking about class components first. Now we are going to be starting with the constructor. This is the constructor over here, this constructor. So the constructor is the first method called when the component is created. As soon as you create a component, the first method that is going to be called is this constructor. Now it is used to initialize the component state like this one, like what we did over here. If you come to the functional component, see the way we initialize the state, but in class component you use the constructor to initialize the state, because as soon as this is the first method that is going to be called when you mount when the component is created. So you can also use it to bind event handlers. Okay, so apart from this one, we have another lifecycle method that we refer to as component did mount. Component did mount. Now component did mount is invoked immediately after a component is inserted into the DOM. It is often used for data fetching, subscription, or initializing third-party libraries. Okay, so we have another one, should component update. This method is called before rendering when new props or states are received. It allows developers to optimize performance by preventing unnecessary renders. If it returns false, then the component will not update. Okay, we also have other ones. We have component did update, component will unmount. So I rarely use all these methods, but I'm just going to show you like one or two of them. Then we go and work with functional components for the rest of the course. So now, okay, let us create a new component. So I'm going to be having, I can call it something like life cycle examples or life cycle class. Okay, so .jsx obviously. So let me bring in this. Okay, I think this is too big. Class header. Lifecycle updates. Come here, then life cycle. I think it's life cycle class. So this class, copy this and bring this over here. Life cycle class. So I can come here and do something like components component. You can see all these suggestions it's giving you. Component will unmount, should component update, component did update, component did mount, and every other one. So I can say component did mount. So for this component did mount, what do I want to happen when the component mounts? I can do something like console.log, then class components have been mounted. Okay, class component have been mounted. So we also have component will unmount. component will on mount. So just say will on mount. So component will on mount. Then we also have we have so many other ones, but I'll just leave it to these two now. Um, when I started learning React, I used class components extensively. So this is one I use often, but I think I would advise every beginner to just go with functional components. I'll just advise every beginner to go with functional components. So um, let me return this one. I can just say class components with life cycle methods. So if I should save this, okay, lifecycle class. So come to the main GSX file. Let me take out, oh, okay, let me rename this thing properly. Injecting data. Then this other second one, props class. So for the third one that we want to do now, lifecycle class. Lifecycle class. So now I have to bring in this component. So life. So you can see it is suggesting it for me. Just click on it. It will import it automatically. Then you're good to go. Save this and come back. You can see lifecycle class component. Class component with lifecycle methods. So you can see class component have been mounted. You understand? As soon as you mount that particular component, it is going to trigger the component did mount. If you come here, you can see component did mount. We also have component will on mount. Okay, so I think this one is when it have been unmounted, rather unmounted. So I spoke about a few of other lifecycle methods. You can just check it out, but I don't want this tutorial to be very long unnecessarily, so I'll just leave all those ones out. You can just check them out. The other ones that we have the constructor. Like I said, this is component did mount. We have should component update. We have component did update. We have component will on mount. So then we have the render. So basically the render method is responsible for displaying the component's UI. So it is a pure function that should not modify the component state or interact with the browser's DOM directly. So this is the render um, method over here. So save this and let me close that. Let me close that. So you can see that we have component did mount, we have component will on mount, then we have the render. Okay. So if I should close, let me close some of all these things I have over here. Let me close this kind of class increment. If you want to do this in functional components, we have the use effect. We have some hooks like use effect that have been created that can be used to perform some of these actions. For example, I'm going to be using the use effect to mimic this component did mount. So just let me create another one. So the one I want to create now will be life cycle function. No, it should be function.jsx. So just rename it .jsx. Okay. So RAFCE. So React, then comma. You're going to be bringing in use effects. Use effects. So if you want to pull API data and to create there are some particular scenarios where you use the use effect to perform the action of component did mount. When you just mount the component, it will trigger the use effect. For example, if you come to use effect, no, it should be use effect. So it will give you this use effect snippet. So for now, you can just take all these ones out. So basically, use effect is going to be taking two arguments. We have the arrow, the function to be executed, and the dependencies. But for now, I don't have any dependencies, so I'll just leave that one out. So use effect console.log. So component is mounted. So if you come to lifecycle class, you will see this thing that is being returned. So let me just return this one too. So, but this one is going to be class component with lifecycle methods, functional, functional component with lifecycle methods. So save this one, and we are good to go. So instead of lifecycle class, we are going to be having lifecycle function, lifecycle function. So for but this lifecycle function, it's not giving me life cycle function. I think it is because this is not, I like VS Code suggesting it for me. So save this. Okay, it even changed color, so I think life cycle function. Okay, very good. So life cycle function, this is life cycle class. I don't need it anymore, so let me take it out. If I should come back here, you can see functional components with life cycle methods. You can see component is mounted initially. Okay, you can see class components have unmounted because I took it out. You can see because I took the class component out, it triggered that um, component will unmount. It triggered the component will unmount simply because I took it out over here. So lifecycle function, if you come here, so you can see the component is mounted. This is mounted is coming from, it's coming from the functional components. It's coming from the functional components. So those are some lifecycle methods that you can use depending on whatever use case where you get to. You know which one of these ones you are supposed to use. Okay, so that will be all about the life cycle methods. So the last one that we are going to be talking about under components, we are going to be talking about conditional rendering. We are going to be talking about conditional rendering. Now, conditional rendering is something you can do both in the class component and in the functional component, and I'm going to be demonstrating the two of them. Okay, I'm going to be demonstrating the two of them. So let me come here in my components. I'm going to be having, let me say, conditional rendering, conditional rendering. Let this one be class. Let me do for class first. .jsx. Conditional rendering for class. Then I hate to have to copy this thing. I don't want to make conditional rendering for class. Okay, so just paste it here. So RAFC. I just want to copy this one. This is all I need. So, but come to the beginning. Conditional rendering for class. So take all these ones out. Okay. So conditional rendering for class extends components. So now we can do something over here. We can do something over here. Um, I'm looking for a way we can. Okay. After render, we can just say data this dot prop. I can say is logged in. Okay, it's logged in. So it's logged in is this dot props. It's logged in is this dot props. So I can just return is logged in. Okay, then I'll add a question mark. I'll now add a question mark. This is the ternary operator in JavaScript, the normal ternary operator in JavaScript. So this is my question mark. I will bring in a paragraph element. So this paragraph element will say welcome user. Okay, but if it is not, if the user is not logged in, copy. I can just please log in, please log in, then delete this one, delete this one, and that is it. So return is logged in. So if this is true, just like the ternary operator in JavaScript, if this is true, you are going to be welcoming the user. But if this is not true, then you tell the user to please log in. Okay. So let us call this function. So come here. I'm going to be adding another title, and this title I'm going to be calling it conditional rendering. Conditional rendering. So conditional rendering. So for this conditional rendering, I can just open conditional rendering. You can see it is suggesting it for me. So just click on it. Now the name of the variable that we are using to do the check is this one. So copy and can just say is logged in equal to true. Um, I think I'm supposed to do it like this. Yes, it's logged in equals to true. So save. Okay, this is a string, so you can just pass it directly in. But if you want to pass in a boolean, you have to use these curly braces. So come back here and you can see welcome user. You can see welcome user over here. You can see welcome user. Let me go back to the original state, then zoom in a bit. So you can see welcome user over here. Conditional rendering welcome user, because this value over here is true. But if it were false and I save this, come here, you see please log in, please log in. So let me reload this so it will take away. Okay, component is mounted, I understand. So please log in. Now this is how you do it in function in class component. But how about how you do it in functional component? It's almost the same thing. It's almost the same thing. So come here, create another function, another component, and refer to the component as conditional rendering, and the conditional rendering function dot js and x. So RAFCE. So I can just come here. The structure of my props is logged in. Then I'll come here and say just copy this one. Copy this one. Come here and as easy as it sounds, just paste this here, and that is it. Okay. So, but you are not going to be needing this one. You're not going to be needing this one. So it's logged in, it's logged in, welcome user, please log in. But this is function. So save this and function. No, this is not capital letter. Conditional rendering, then conditional rendering as well. So save this and come here, rendering. So this functional component is what I want. The class component, I don't need it anymore, so just take it out. Save the functional component. You can see it's logged in, and it's logged in is going to be true or false. If it is true, welcome user. If it is false, please log in. So come here and you can see please log in because it is false. But if I come here, true, save this. Come here, you can see welcome user. So it works just fine. That is how you do conditional rendering in using your components. So conditional rendering allows components to display content based on certain conditions, providing a dynamic user experience. In conclusion, React flexibility allows developers to choose between functional and class components based on project requirements, whether managing states, utilizing props, implementing lifecycle methods, or conditional rendering content. React provides a robust foundation for creating dynamic and responsive user interfaces. Now, um, My preference for components to use is functional components. The class components too, they work just fine. They work. Be- Based on the environment you find yourself, you might have to switch between any of the two. But personally, I'll go with functional components any day, anytime. I'll go with functional components. Now let's talk about event handlers. Handling events is a crucial part of building interactive user interfaces in React JS. React allows a synthetic event system, providing a consistent interface for handling events across different web browsers. So the basic event handlings that we have, they are written as methods inside the inside the component class. So whichever way you want to do it, you can also write it inside the function too. So for example, you can see the button that we wrote, this increment. So you can see this is an event handler, the on click. So this is an event basically. This is a handler. This is a handler. So now, okay. Now instead of writing the event handler inside this place now, I can just write it as a function over here. I can say let's in or let me say increment handler. Let's increment handler equal to, I might decide to use a function, but I love to use arrow function. So then you bring this, okay. So then I can just come here and say increment handler. So you see the way I wrote this event handler. Now I might just write it inline, or I can just write a function inside here. Then if I have to accept any values from this particular click event, I can just bring the event over here. Then I'll do whatever I want with my event, but I have no use for it. So now but it is better if the event that you want to execute is a one line event. I think it's better you just write it inline. So but if you have multiple lines, for example, you can say console.log increment successful. So this is increment.jsx. If you come to this is class increment. What I want is the normal increment. Okay, so this class increment, I have no use for it anymore. So this normal increment is what I'm using now. If I should save this and I come back to my web browser, so if I should click on increment, you can see increment successful. Click on increment, you see increment successful. So this is how you write event handlers for your functional components. So what are the events that you can handle? What are the events, common event handlers that you can create? We have the on-click event, which is what we did over here. The on-click event. We have the on-change event. We have the on-change event. So if you have something like, let me create an input field. So input, then the type is going to, no, input, the type is going to be text. So you see this input field that I have over here. Let me create line breaks. So let me also add. So this input field, the type is going to be text. The name is going to be maybe just let me say demo. The ID too is going to be demo. I don't like leaving these attributes blank. So I can just say on change. Okay, on change then equal to and change equal to, then I'll write whatever I want to write over here. I can just do something like create an arrow function. So then this arrow function is going to be handling the event. So I can just say console.log the event.target.value. Okay, so Basically, any value that is being entered inside this input, as soon as you change it, it is going to be it will take whatever value that we have inside the input text box, inside the input field, then it will just output it on the console. So save this and come to this other place. You can see my input field. Anything that I enter, you can see the way it is being displayed on the console. So whatever I enter, as soon as I change it, we also have on submit. We have on submit. On submit is for form elements. The same way you handle the form in the your HTML, where you have the e dot prevent default and all those things. That is how you that is what that is what you use the on submit event handler for. So we also have on mouse hover, on mouse out, on mouse hover, on mouse out. So we have on key down, on key up. Then we have so many of them. We have so many of them that you can handle. But I think those are the ones that are more popular. So I'll just leave it like that. You can also prevent the default behavior, like I said, when you are submitting a form by default. The form will be directed the um, to the action URL. It will be directed to the action URL. But with the prevent default, you can always prevent the default action. Then you do whatever you want to do with the form. So those are the event handlers that we have in React.js. So you can just check them out, play with them, and you are good to go. So before we leave this particular part, let me demonstrate the mouse over and the mouse out. So I think this lifecycle class, or which one should I use? The mouse over and the mouse out. So I can just say h1. So this h1 now, just hover on me, okay? So I can just say on mouse hover. You can see all the mouse events that you can handle over here: on mouse enter, on mouse leave, on mouse move, on mouse capture. We have a lot of them, a lot of them on mouse, on what, on so many things. So let me just do only on. So you can see on animation, and we have a lot of events that you can handle, a lot of them. But I'm just going to be handling this one. So on mouse hover. Okay, so on mouse over, what do I want to do? I can just do something like equal to an arrow function. So this arrow function, I can just say console.log. What do I want to log? Mouse is over elements. Then I will add another event. This one is on mouse out. Copy, paste. I made a mistake here. I didn't close this one. Okay. So a mouse over or mouse out. Why is it shouting? Yes, a mouse over. This should be out then. Okay. So mouse is away from the elements. Okay. So let's try it out. Let's try it out. Save this one. Come here. Then you can see, where is it? Hover on me. You can see. You can see what I have on the console. You can see. As soon as my mouse goes on top of the element, you can see mouse is over the element. When I take my mouse out, you can see mouse is away from the element. So you can see the reason why it is still responding on this place is because the h1 element is a block element, so it is going to be occupying the width of the container. So that is why it is still responding on this point. Okay, so that is it basically. That is it. On mouse over, on mouse out. So that will be all for event handling. Now we move on to React lists and keys. In React, rendering list of items is a common task, and to efficiently update the UI, React requires each item in the list to have a unique identifier. This is where the keys come into play. So let's create a new file under our components. Come here, let me say lists or list elements. Let me just use list element dot .jsx. Okay, then rafce. So list elements, don't forget this will be capital letter, so React can just suggest it for me. Now I can just say const my items, then this my items is equal to list one, or let me say item one, item one, item, no, item two, item three, then let me just bring up the last one, item 4. So what do I want to return? I can just return a list. So I can just say ul. Okay, I'll return an unordered list, then I'll just inject my data. How do I do that? Very simple. Just come here, then you can do something like items dot map. This is where the map function comes into play. Then no, it should be item. Okay, item dot map. Then you can do something like item comma the index of the item. So um the next thing we want to do, arrow function, then I can just say a list element, the list element. So for this list element now, I can do something like the key is going to be the index, but the value is going to be the item itself. Okay, the item itself. So if I should save this, I have to bring in my list element inside this main.jx file. So um let me use this one. I can just say react lists. So instead of increments, I'm going to be having list elements. I don't need this one anymore. Take it out. So if I should save this and I come to my web browser, item is not defined. Where is item coming from? Item, it's telling me that item isn't defined. Key is index, the value is item. Okay, that should be my items rather, sorry. My items, sorry about that. So save, so you can see react lists. The reason why my list isn't rendering is because this is an arrow function, so I'm not supposed to use curly braces. I'm supposed to use the normal braces, the normal parentheses rather. So if I save this, okay, so come here and you can see I have item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. You have to be very careful. So when using the map function, don't forget you can decide to take the item alone or you take the item and the index, which is what I would advise you to do. So this is going to be an arrow function, so you make sure that you are using the parentheses itself, not the curly braces. Then you bring in the list items, then each of the item will have its own key. If you come to the web browser, you will see what I have over here. You can see the react list, then you can see the unordered list over here. If you open one list element, you can see item 1. It will not bring out the keys, but at least you can see the individual items over here. So keys in React uses keys to identify which items have changed, been added or been removed. Keys should be unique among siblings but don't need to be globally unique. Okay, the most common practice is to use an items index like what we did over here, an items index in the array as the key. So however, if the list can change over time, items can be reordered or new items added using item specific unique identifiers is a better choice. Now let us do a bit of demonstration for it. Like I said, if over the course of time, if you have to be adding and be removing or you be modifying list items in your program, I think it is best you do something like const maybe data equal to, you start a list, then you open a dictionary. So for this dictionary, you can have something like ID is one, then text or the data itself is going to be maybe item one. So we copy this one, copy it. So this is going to be two, this is going to be three, this is going to be four. Put the comma, put the comma, then put the comma. So this way, if you want to modify item 2, you just look for the item with the ID of 2. You look for the item with the ID of 3, then you modify it straight away. So that way, it will be easier for you to modify data on the long run. But if what you want to do is just to display data, this will work just fine. But if you have to modify data in course of the program, I think it's better you set up your list like this. So why use keys? The first one is efficient updates. Then the second one is to avoid component recreation. Then maintaining the component state also is very very important. It's one of the reasons why you are going to be using keys. Some key best practices. The first thing is for you to use unique and stable keys. Unique and stable. See under index now, I have unique keys for all my items because no two items in a list has the same index. So obviously, then avoid using index as keys if the list is dynamic. Avoid using this index as a list if the key is dynamic. Use the key instead. Use the key instead. So if the ID is going to be A2, A3, A4, whatsoever, it is better you use that ID than to be using index. It is way better. Okay. So keys must be assigned to the element directly inside of the map. Keys should be given to the element itself inside of the map. You can see what I did over here. Key, index, then the item. You can see the key over here. You are not supposed to do something like div. Then you now do something like maybe key, index. Then you do something like this. Bring the list item inside. Then take away this key index. This is not good. I won't advise you to do this. In this particular case scenario, why not just give your key to the list item itself? Why not just give it to the list item itself? So you might encounter scenarios where your elements are going to be divs. For example, if you have multiple products on a page, then that way you can do all that. But in this case, why not just give it to the list item directly? Okay. So in conclusion, when working with lists in React, using keys is crucial for efficient rendering and maintaining the state of the component. Okay. So it ensures that React can accurately track changes in the list and update the UI accordingly. Always aim for unique and stable keys and consider using item specific unique identifiers for dynamic lists. Okay, so that will be all for lists for now. Let's talk about forms and how you can handle user input. Okay, we talk about forms and how you can handle user input. Handling user input in React involves working with forms and managing the state of form elements. So React provides a controlled component approach where the component state is the single source of truth for the input values. So how can we do this? We have the form elements like the input, the text area, the select. They will maintain their own state by default. However, for better control and consistency, it is common use to control components where the form elements receive their values and event handlers through the state. Okay, so I'm going to be doing this with functional components. How do we do this? Come here and my functional components. You can do something like my form.jsx. So come here, RAFCE. then but I want this to be capital letter, which is my form. So this my form. Now I can create a use state snippet. So form. Now the default value is going to be username, email, and password. Username, email, and password. A dictionary containing username, email, and password. So I can have something like username, email, then password, and password. No, this is supposed to be, yes, username, email, and password. Okay. Now I'm going to be having two different event handlers, on change and on submit. Okay. So let me write my form first. Let me start by writing my form. How can I write my form? I can come here to return maybe the form element. So for this form element, um form. Okay. So this form element, I'm going to be having an event over here on submit. So this on submit is going to be handling the submit event. Handle submit. Okay. So the first one that I'm going to be having, I can have something like label. So this label, I can have something like I don't need HTML for. Let me just remove it. So the label, I can have username. So for the username, input. So for this input, the type is going to be text. The name is going to be username. Then the value is going to be equal to form data dot username. Okay. So I have to create. Now this form data is coming from here. Let me use form data for consistency. Set form data. So this is going to be f form data. Now it's going to be form data dot username. That is going to be the value. So on change, handle change. Then just handle change. Okay. So that will be for the username. That'll be for the username. Then we move on to the email. We move on to the email. So I can just I don't know this one. I don't know why it is giving it to me. For this label, now this is going to be for email. Okay, this is going to be for email. The type is going to be email, and the name is going to be email. The type will be email, the name is going to be email. The value is going to be form data dot email. Form data dot email. The unchange is going to be handle change as well. Then the last one that we're going to be having is the password. So this label, copy it again and paste it. So this is going to be, the type is going to be password. The type is going to be password, and the name is also going to be password. Okay. Now this is going to be form data dot password. That is what the value is going to be. Then on change, it's also going to be handle change. So for this label, I can just create a button. So this is the button that I'm going to be using to submit. So the text is going to be submit. Then the button itself, I'm going to be having the type of submit. I believe you know what is happening over here. This button, when you click on it, it submits the form. So now let us go and start working on the form. Now to handle the change, we are going to be creating const handle change. So this handle change is going to be an arrow function, but it's going to be having events. It's going to be having events. So let me just use e since this is shouting. An arrow function. No. So I can just say const, then I will do structure name comma value from events dot target. Okay, then I will now use whatever I get. This is supposed to be e. I will now use whatever I get from this to set the form data. Okay, set form data. Then I can do something like I'll bring it a dictionary. I'll now spread the form data. After spreading it, I'll just say name value. So with this single line of code, every time I want to handle change, it will bring, for example, for this username, it will bring in the name, which is username. Whatever is the value that I have on the text input itself, it will just push it into my use state. So it will update the use state, which will in turn update this value over here. Okay, so that will be handle change. Now to handle the submit, it's also very straightforward. If I want to handle submit, const handle submit. For me to handle the submit, just um, for me to handle the submit, don't forget I need my event object. The first thing I want to do, like we do in HTML, e dot prevent defaults. Now after preventing the default, what is the next thing I want to do? I can just perform any logical operation that I want to perform, and do submit supposed to have an equal to. Then I'll start performing any operation at all that I want to perform. So the operation can just be to console.log. Then I will now have something like form submitted. Then this form submitted, I can have my form data. Okay, so let me send this to the main.jsx. So instead of using lifecycle class, let me use um, form. Okay, so my form. So let me take out the one that, okay, it's this one. So if I should save this and I come back to my web browser, use state is not defined. Okay, I know where that is coming from. Come to my form, react, comma, use states. It should be use state, not user state. So save this, come back here. Okay, so you see the username, email, and password. If you come to the console, what is the username? Hello Jane. For the email, maybe um, me at, for the email I can have me at gmail.com. For the password I can have a series of one or two things. If I should click on submit, guess what? Now if you take a good look at the way we handled the form input over here, if you come to the web browser and you click on this, if this is the most recent edit that you did, you can do something like UIO or something. If you click on submit, you're going to be getting username and this. If this is the latest one that you just made, if you click on submit, it is going to be showing you only the one for that particular email. So a way that we can handle the form input in such a way that we are going to be getting everything We can do something like this. We can do something like this. We can do, instead of this, we can say const, no, shouldn't be here. We can do something like const username, then comma set username, then equal to use state. What will be the initial value? Just an empty string. So we copy this to the email, but this one is going to be then this one is going to be password. So you're going to be managing everything individually: username, email, then password. Okay, so this is username. This function will be used to set the value of username basically. So now you can say the value is going to be username instead. So every time that you change it, all you want to do, you can just say an arrow function that has an event. Then this event, for example, is going to be set username. So when you want to set the username will be event.target.value. So every time you change the value, it is setting your username. So that would be the value of this username and the set username. So the first one, just username, is going to be the value, then on change, set username. For this one, you're going to be having email, then the value is going to be just set email. Set email. Then for this other one, we're going to be having password here. Then this is going to be set password. Set password. So I can just come here now. When to handle the submit now, I can just say form submitted. Then I can just say instead of doing this, let me just take this out. I can do so many things with my form data, but for now I just want to show it on the console. Console.log. Then I can do something like username equal to comma username. So copy this, then email. I think this approach is more user friendly, more beginner friendly rather. Email. Then for the password, we have password. Okay, so if I should save this, my program isn't supposed to throw up, but I hope I've not violated any use state is not defined, and password, okay, it's double s, use state. Okay, it should be, sorry about that, please. This is why I like the snippets, to just give me everything correctly. So that is the first one. The second one is password, pass, double s, yes, double s. So just save this, come back here, and yes, you see it is working fine. So if I should reload this page, for example, so the username halogenius, the email, so I can just say tr at email dot maybe com. Then for the password, I can just say whatsoever as a password, then I'll submit. You can see the username is what, halogenius, the email is what, this, and the password is this. So the approach that we did initially, the last input field that you edited is what is going to be giving us as the output. So but for this approach, you are handling all the input data. For the first approach, you are handling all the input data as one, as just a dictionary. But for this second approach over here, you are handling everything individually. Okay, so whichever way you want to do it, whichever way suits your process, it's all fine and good. Now, the handle submit function that we just created is called when the form is submitted. It prevents the default form submission behavior, which is what we did on this line. Then after doing that, he executes this logic that we have after preventing the default. Okay, so that is it basically. You can also perform form validation. You can do a lot of things with this. You can perform your validation here. You can do it inline or create a function explicitly and do your validation there, and whichever way you want to do it, it is fine. But one thing that you can do, you can see that the whole of the form is just one, everything is on the same line. So I can just paste everything using the br tag. So copy, then sort of this label, copy, then okay. So save and come back here. You can see everything is. Let me space them one more line. Let me space them one more line. Save this and come here. You can see everything is spaced now. So I think it looks better now. Now let us talk about styling in React.js. Let us talk about styling in React.js. Styling in React can be approached in various ways, and the choice often depends on the personal preference, the project requirement, or the complexity of the styling needs. So the first type of styling that you can have in your React project, we call it inline styles. Okay, we call it inline styles. So let me create a component and call it inline styles dot jsx. So for this one, RAFCE, then don't forget that this first one is going to be inline styles. So for this inline style, now let me create a style, and I'll just create a variable and call it my style. So for this style, I'm going to be creating a dictionary. So this dictionary, I can be having color of blue. Okay, then I'll come down and create a font size. No, it should be font size of 16 pixels or one rem. It should be 16 pixels. Okay, so apart from this, I can also create a border. The border, I can give it 1 pixel solid, then black. 1 pixel solid black. So that will be the border. Now for the return div, I can just come here and say the style will be equal to the style that I just created. Will be equal to this style over here. So then I can just say styled inline styled components, inline styled components. Save this and we are good to go. Come to the main component and let me use this first one, styled inline components. So come here and bring what's the title, inline styled components. So for this inline style, they've imported it for me already. React did that, like VS Code did that for me rather. So inline styled, save this and open it over here. You can see the inline styled component. You can see the border. You can see the border. So that is for inline styled components. So we also have CSS in JS libraries. We have the CSS in JS libraries. How do they work? So CSS in JS libraries, um, we have emotions, we have Aphrodite. They allow you to write styles directly within your JavaScript files. So these libraries often offer advanced features like theming, dynamic styles, and easy integration with React components. Okay, so the way it is going to be looking like, you can be having something like for the styled components. Um, let me say styled components, which is basically CSS in JS. Or let me just use CSS in JS, CSS in JS dot JSX. So RAFCE. Don't forget the first one is going to be CSS in JS. Okay. So I can just come here and I'll do something like const. Then I'll now say styled components. So this styled component now is going to be equal to maybe styled dot div. Then you now bring in a template string. You bring in a template string. Then you do something like color blue. Okay. Then you now do something like the font size of maybe 16 pixels. Then you add in the border, maybe 1 pixel solid black. Then I think you want to bring this one out. Then we have CSS modules. We have there are way to locally scope CSS by treating it as a JavaScript module. With CSS modules, you can import styles directly into your component, and class names are generated dynamically to avoid naming conflicts. So I'm not going to be demonstrating this. Then we have the global styles too. We have the global styles too. We have the CSS preprocessors like SAS. If you want to use SAS in your project, you can come and install the SAS package. Just come here and copy. Let me copy this. No, copy. Then come here and cd paste it. Okay. So you can just say npm install SAS. This is if you want to use SAS in your project, which is what I love to use. If you want to use SAS in your project, just come and install the package over here. So basically, this is how you install any packages that you want to install. We have React icons. We have so many packages that you can install. So now from here, if you want to include SAS, which of the components do I have? Okay, I have this component over here, and this is the form. So let me do a bit of styling, or let me use this list over here. Let me use the list. So this list element.jsx, I can just come here under the components, although I don't like to do this, but let me just do it for now, just for explanation. So I can just say list styling dot scss. Mind you, it is scss. Okay, so enter. Now this is my styling. I can just say this ul. Let me add a class name. So this class name, now I can say the list container. Then if I save this, if you come to the DOM and you check the DOM, if you can see the ul is now having this list container. Now let us use it to style it. So come here and say dot list container. Then you can do something like background color of maybe black. Then you can say for the list items, their color is going to be maybe yellow. So if I save this, you will not see anything yet. But if you come here to import this particular style, so how do you import it? Just no import. I like to use this terminal command. Then I'll say list styling dot scss. If I save this and I come back here, and I come back to my web browser, you see what I have now. So those are the stylings activated. Basically, that is how to use CSS processors to style your React app. So another way you can create this styling, you can have a global style. You import the style inside your app.js. So then the single global file will be responsible for every other component that you have on file. So this is another way to style. You can just add your app.css to the app.js. You create an app.css file. You import it in the app.js. Then from there you do all your stylings. Another thing you can do, if you don't want to use a CSS preprocessor like SAS, you can also do the native CSS. For example, if I don't want this list styling, I can just come here and do something like list, maybe css.css. Now come here and do something like let me copy this list styling over here, control A, control copy. So since it is native CSS, I don't have the luxury of doing this anymore. Come here, copy it here. Okay, so for the background color, let me do yellow instead. Then the color, let it be black. So since this is the parent, this is going to be the child. Save the two of them. Now it is not formatting it for me, so Control Shift P, format the document, configure the default formatter as prettier. So prettier will format it. Save and come here. Reload. I think I've not imported it. List elements. Okay, so this is going to be list CSS. So you can see now, this is just native CSS. This is just the native CSS working. So you might decide to go with a CSS preprocessor, or you go with the native CSS. Both of them, they work just fine. But SAS is my preference because it gives me a lot of flexibility. Okay. The choice of styling method in React depends on your project needs, like I said earlier, team preferences, and the level of customization required. Whether you do inline styles, CSS in JS, or you do a combination of these approaches, or you use the CSS preprocessor, React provides flexibility to accommodate various styling preferences. So we want to talk about React hooks now. Let's talk about React hooks. So React hooks are functions that allow functional components in React to manage states, side effects, and lifecycle events without needing to write a class component. They were introduced in React 16 or point 8, I think. So hooks provide a more concise and expressive way to handle stateful logic in functional components. Some of the hooks that we have used one of them already, which is the use states, which is the use state. So if you come to increment.js, you see this use state that we used over here. It is one of the React hooks, and we have used it extensively. So I'll just leave that out for now. Then we also have use effects. Use effects. I also demonstrated use effect the other time. Lifecycle classes, then lifecycle functions. Okay, you see use effects. So as soon as you mount this component, it will trigger use effect. It will trigger use effect. So I'll leave that one out for now as well. Then I'll go straight to use context. We have another hook that we refer to as use context. So use context is used to consume values from a React constant a context within a functional component. So in React, it is a more advanced topic, but we refer to it as React Context API. We are not going to be treating it in this tutorial. So we have React Context API. So when you have the context, you use the use context is used to consume data from it. So most people use that use context to for theming and for changing values throughout your application. Okay, so that is all for use context. Then we also have use reducer. We have use reducer. So use reducer is a more advanced alternative to use state. It is used to manage more complex state logic. It's used to manage more complex state logic. Okay, so let us try the see how the use reducer works. So come here, I can say reducer example dot JSX. Don't forget. So this reducer example RAFCE. So no reducer. So that should be capital R. So the first thing I'm going to be doing, I can do something like this. React comma. You can do something like use reducer. Okay. You come here and do something like const the initial state. Just follow me equal to maybe count then 0. So let's just have that for now. So moving on, we are going to be doing something like this. We'll say um, I can do something like this. Let me say const reducer. So for this reducer, I'm going to be having two different actions, state then action. Okay, so this is going to be an arrow function. Now I will have switch. So this switch, I'm going to be giving it an action type, action dot type. Then I'm going to be giving it action type. So now case increment, case increment. Then what do I want it to return? Return count state dot count plus 1. It should be state dot count. Sorry, state dot count. So we also have case decrement. Copy case decrement. So this will be minus. Now don't forget you must have a default state. Make sure you have a default state. So this default, just return the state the way it is. Okay, just return the state. Now come into the reducer example. Then you come here and do something like const state then dispatch equal to then the use reducer. Then you're going to be having the reducer then initial state. So don't forget the reducer is coming from here while the initial state is coming from this variable that we created over here. Now I can just return this div. Then I'm going to be having p, which is the paragraph tag count then state dot count then state dot count. The next thing, then I'm going to be having two buttons, button multiplied by 2. So those are my two buttons. The syntax that I just used to create the two buttons, it's a VS Code shortcut. So don't forget the onClick event. This one is going to be increment increment. Then this second one is going to be decrement. So for this first one, the onClick For this first one, the on click is going to be an arrow function. See the way I'm going to be writing this. I'm going to be writing the dispatch. So for this dispatch now, I'm going to be supplying a dictionary, and the dictionary, no, I'm going to be supplying a dictionary, and the dictionary, I'm going to be saying type equal to increment. On click, so for this on click, I'm going to be having an arrow function, then another dispatch. So this dispatch, I'm going to be giving it a dictionary type equal to decrement. Okay, so that is it. So save the two of them. So don't forget, I'm going to be having this paragraph. I have the first button, then I have the second button. Let me put a line break between the two of them. So don't forget, this is reducer example. Come to the main. So let me use this React list reducer example. So for this reducer example, all I have to do is just to say reducer. Okay. So come up here. I don't need this anymore. Save this and come here. So increment and decrement. You can see how you can use the reducer. So the first one that we did, we used use state, but in this case we used reducer. So basically, this is how to use the on reduce the use reducer hook. Okay. So we also have use callback and use memo. We have use callback and we have use memo. So use callback and use memo are used to optimize performance by memoizing functions or values, but I'll still leave that one out for now. So the most important ones are these ones that we have treated: use state, use effect, then we have the use reducer as well. So just flow with those ones. If you have to talk about if you have to use the use callback and the use memo, you can always check those ones out online. Okay. React hooks have revolutionized the way developers write React components by simplifying the state management and the side effects handling in functional components. They offer a cleaner and more modular approach to building React applications, making code easier to read, write, and maintain. Now we move on to React routers. How to do routing in React basically. So the React router is a popular library for handling navigation and routing in React applications. It enables the creation of a single page application with multiple views, allowing users to navigate between different components while maintaining a seamless user experience. React router provides a set of components that sync with the application's user interface as the URL changes. So the first thing you want to do is to install React Router DOM. It's a package that you can install. Let us check the packages.json. So you see what you have is React DOM, not React Router DOM. And the React DOM, you are using it in your index.js. Where are you? Index.js. So you see the React DOM. But what we want is React Router DOM. To install it, come here and do npm install React router then DOM. So you just wait for it to install the package React router DOM. Okay, just wait for it. You can see it is installed now. If you come back to packages.json, you see React router DOM is now there. Initially we used to have only React DOM, but now we have React router DOM. Okay, so how do you use the React router DOM? Very, very simple. How you use them. So I'm going to um, let me come to pages. So under the pages now, don't forget I have the main.js, which I consider as a page, but I'll leave that one for now. I'll just create the home, about, and contact. Okay, so come here, home home.jsx. So RAFCE. So this is going to be home.js. Home, but let me make this one to be Control D H1 because of the size of the font. So this is home. Then I'm going to be, let me just copy this one. Then I'm going to be creating about.jsx. Okay, so this is going to be about. Then I'm going to be creating contacts.jsx. So contact, very good. So I have three pages: the home, the about, and the contact. And if you look at it over here, this is the component for home, the component for about, and the component for contact. So let me go back to my the app.js. I'll go back to my app.js. So don't forget, initially I used to have this, it's a dummy data, then I have the main, but now I'll just take everything out. I'll take everything out, then I can take these two out as well. I can take these two out as well. So the first thing that I want to do is to bring in my router. Okay, from React I will import React as usual, but I will now import, the first thing I want to import is browser router. Okay, so this browser router, I'm importing it as router. Then I need routes, route. I need route. Then I also need link. Yes, I also need link. So these are the three elements I need to do this. I need the home, the about, and the contact. So import home. Then you see that it brought it for me by itself. Then import about. Then the last one will be import, no, contacts. Okay, import home, import about, then import contact. So okay, the next thing I want to do now, const app. Okay, then I'm going to be returning the router itself. So router. Okay, the router. So let me do something. If you remember vividly, the header that we created, let me close all these other ones. Let me close all these other ones. I don't need them for now. Okay, if you remember vividly, the header that we created, let me just borrow it. um yes, this is it over here. So this is the header over here. So you can see that it's just one h1 element. Okay, now that I have my router, I can start working on my navigation. I can just do something like div. Okay, it is not giving me div. Okay, so this div, now I can have my nav. So in my navigation, I'm going to be having an unordered list. So this unordered list, ul. So in this unordered list, I'm going to be having list items, two of them, li multiplied by 2. It is not giving me, okay, perhaps because I'm inside the router. So the list item, okay, so inside this list item, I'm going to be using this link element that we created. This link element that we created is what I'm going to be using. So basically, what am I going to do? I'll just say link, but don't forget you're going to be having this. You can do something like home, then the link is going to be taking a two attributes. And where is it going to? The two attributes is going to be just this one. Let me close this and make more room. So the two attributes is just going to be this slash only, and it is going to home. Okay, so let me copy this. So this one is going to be slash about. This one is also going to be about. So come here, this is going to be contacts. This is also going to be contacts. Okay. So now, if you load this, if I save this and I load it, okay, you can see that I've not brought in any of my pages. I've not brought in any of my pages. So I can just come here. You can see the three things I have. If I come to about, you can see it is on about. If I come to contacts, you see contacts. If I go to home, it will give me the root of the application. About, then contact. Okay. So come back here. Let me now inject these three components that is responsible for the home, the about, and the contact. How do I do that? Now that we've added all these other ones, let's see the web browser. Let's see what we have. Now this is the contact page. Come to home, come to about, come to contact. My program isn't showing up. So come here then. Now for us to add all these elements that we have, for us to add it to an actual route, so you have to import the browser route as router. I added this one just now, so please just routes. Then we have route, then we have link. Please make sure check your imports and make sure they are correct. Browser router, routes, route and link. So we've used link. Now this browser router, we are bringing it as router over here. So now we have routes and routes. So after the navigation, I can just use no way an horizontal line. What happened just now? So this is an horizontal line, just a regular horizontal line. So you can see that regular horizontal line. So for me to start bringing in my routes, very simple. Routes, then inside the route, I'll now have a single route. So this single route is going to be taking two different values. So the first attribute that we have to supply a value to is the path. So this path is going to be equal to, for the first one, the root document, then the element to render is going to be equal to home. The first element to render is going to equal to home. So this is the first one, copy. So this is home, this is about, then this is contact. About, then this is contact, this is about, then this is what? Contacts. So if I save the two of them and I come back here, you see this is contacts. Come to about, you see it's giving me about. Come to home, you see it's giving me home. Come to about, come to contacts. So that is it basically. That is it. So one thing I can do something like this. So before the ending of the routes, I can come here and say, let me put an h1, h1. This is the page footer. So come here and say, just after the div. So this is the page header. So all the three pages are going to be having this and this. So in between, that is when you're going to be having all these other ones, all the navigations. All the pages are going to be having the navigations as well. So come here, you can see this is the page header, this is the page footer. But if you come to home, you see you have home. Come to about, you have about. Come to contact, you have contact. These other parts of the page are static, but this is where you have dynamic data. Okay, so that is how you can do routing. So this route component is crucial binding block. It renders a component when the path matches the current location. That is what it does basically. So this route component, every time a particular URL, when the current URL is matching any of this path that we have over here, it will render this element, the appropriate element. So we also have the link component. Okay, this link component is used as the anchor tag in HTML. You remember your anchor tag, that a tag where you have a, then this a, you're going to be having href. Okay, so the regular a tag in HTML, that is the base of this link tag over here. So let us inspect it. Let us inspect it. So come to elements, click on this, click on one of them. So you can see the a, the href, and that. So that is it. Then we have the route parameters. We have the route parameters. So for one reason or the other, you might want to pass data into the URL. You might want to pass data into the URL. How can you do something like that? Very, very easy and straightforward to do. So what if we have something like let me just add it to this one. Link to this link. Then let me add another link. Let me add another link. So this link that I want to add now, I can do something like news, then slash id. Let me create a news component to make it more. So this page is now. Let me create news dot jsx. So this news dot jsx rafce. Okay. So news. So this is going to be control D. I want it to be an H1. Okay. So save this. Come here and bring in this route over here. So this is going to be news. This is also going to be news. You can see this one. Yes. So it is imported here now. We also have this one. Now another thing that we are going to be adding, we can do something like this. So news ID. Now if you're having something like slash news slash 5 or slash news slash 10 or slash 20, this is the URL parameter that I'm going to be using to get the value on the corresponding component where I'm going to be rendering this particular page. Okay, so don't forget that I have the regular news page, and now I'm going to be having the news slash the ID. So let me say single news. Let me come here, create another component and call the component single news. Single news dot jsx. Single news dot jsx. So rafce. So single news dot jsx. Then this is going to be an h1. Save. Come back here. So instead of news for this one, single news. So it has also imported single news for me. So just follow along. This you will understand what I'm doing very soon. So news. Okay. Now let me copy. Okay, I don't have to copy. Let me just leave that for now. So save. Now if I should save this one now and I come back to my URL, you can see that I have news now. If I click on news, you can see that it's giving me news. Okay. But if I say news slash 24 and I enter, you see that it is giving me single news. If you come here and you check what I'm doing over here, news slash id. Okay, if I come here and I enter any value at all, so far it can detect an id or maybe one, it will give me what? It will give me that single news component. Okay, so this value that I passed into this single news component, how can I get that particular value? Okay, so all you have to do is very simple. Come to that single news component, the component where you are going to be rendering that particular you are going to be using to render that page. You come there and you have to import use navigate. You have to import use params rather. Use params. Yes, you have to import use params. So how can you get that value? You can just say const, then you destructure. You come here to your app.js and look for that variable, this variable that you used over here. You look for that variable, come here and bring it as id, then equal to what? Use params. So what I want to report now is single news page for item with ID of whatsoever is the value of use params, which is what? ID. And that is all. Save it, come back here. You can see single news page for the item with the ID of what? Of 1. If I want to do for 3, save it. You can see with an ID of 3. If I want to do for 4, you see with an ID of 4. So that is how you pass parameters into your URLs. Okay, that is how you pass parameters into your URLs. Now another thing that you can do is to use redirects. Okay, you can use redirects. Now this redirect, it comes in handy when you have a private page. When you have a private page, so if a user is trying to access a page and they are not authorized to access the page, you redirect those users to maybe the home page or whatsoever. So let us just demonstrate it. So what I'm going to be doing is that you can see that the news, the ID that I'm supplying over here is 4. So let me say I have only 10 items. So if you give me anything above the item, if you give me anything more than 10, then I'll just route you to the home page. I will direct you to the home page. How can you do that? Okay, so after doing this check, one thing that you have to do is to use effect. You wrap all this particular code inside this effect so that every time this component is rendered, component did mount, if you remember very well. Every time this particular component is mounted on the in React, it will trigger this check. If we don't mount it that way, then we are going to be having a problem such that it is only when it is called for the first time that is going to do that check. Okay, so come here and do something like this. Use effect snippets. So this use effect snippets, I don't need all these ones. I don't need them. So the only thing I need is just this. Just push it inside the use effects. To save it and open your web browser. Oh, use effect is not defined. Then React, comma, the structure, use effects. Okay, save this, then come back here. You see it is back to home. Come to news slash 23. You see it is back to home. It is back to home. First of all, go to news slash 10. You see it is back to home. So that is it basically. Every time you mount this component, it will do this check. When you mount the component, it will do the check. So that is how you do redirects in React. So React Router simplifies the process of adding navigation and routing to your React applications. With its declarative approach and powerful features, it allows you to create dynamic single page applications with ease. As your application grows, the React Router provides advanced features for handling route transitions, route matching, and so much more. Okay, so that will be all for routing in React. That will be all for routing in React. So the last thing that we're going to be talking about is fetching data using Axios. Fetching data using Axios. So um, after we talk about fetching the data using Axios, then we are going to work on just a little project where we pull products from a particular website, then we bring it into React, then we display the product in our React project. Then we are going to be building it. After building it, I will show you how you can upload your code to Netlify. So from Netlify, you can share it to anybody in any part of the world, so they will be able to view what you have done. Okay, so the first thing we want to do, we want to talk about Axios first. So the components, let me say, okay, let me just create the page now. So the page is going to be products. Okay, so let me say products.jsx. So RAFCE. So products. Save this. If you come to app.js, just add a new route. The route is going to be product. This is where we are going to be. Okay, product. So but I need a product. Okay, so my product component is here. My product component is here. So this is products for you. Save it, and if I should click on, it is not showing yet. Okay, yes, I didn't add a link for it. So after news, I want to add products. Save this. I think I want it to be capital letter. Save this. Come here, then click on the product. You can see I'm on the products now. So to start working on it, okay, to start working on it, this is what I want to do. I will close this news.jsx, um, close this, then close this. So inside of the product, I'm having one underline on top, then I'm having another underline. I want to add another underline under it. So HR, then let me add another HR. I think it's after routes, before the footer. Okay, so yes, then the products will be in the middle. So moving on, I have my product over here. So how do you pull data? You can pull your data using Axios. Okay, you can pull your data using Axios. So how do you pull data using Axios? Very, very simple. The first thing you want to do is to install Axios. So you can use npm or yarn as the case may be, but I use npm. So come here, just npm install Axios. Okay, now that Axios is installed, we can go ahead to make a GET request. So you can use Axios.get method to make a GET request to a specific URL. Axios returns a promise, and you can use the .then and the .catch to handle the response or the errors as the case may be. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here, let me bring in use states, but this use state is going to be destructured into it. Const, let me say use state snippet. So this is going to be data. Okay, then no, z data, then this is going to be null. So let me just use capital D over here, data then null. Okay, so now the next thing we want to do, I want to put my use effects inside I want to put my Axios call inside a use effect. So every time you mount this product component on the React, then it's going to make the call. So use effect snippets. Don't forget, I don't need this one. Also, I don't need this. Basically, you can just write it by hand. Use effect, then you have an arrow function, then you have this other one over here. Okay. So the first thing you want to do is to the next thing you want to do is to install Axios. Install no import Axios from Axios. Okay, now you move forward to make a get request. So make a get request. So there's this particular library I love to use, dummy JSON. Yes, dummy JSON. So you can see the dummy JSON over here. So get a single product, search products. So this is going to return a promise. This is going to return a promise, but we can just copy this. If you copy this, it's going to give the appropriate data. So you can just say Axios dot get. So Axios dot get. Then you put in what you want to put. Dot products. Now, like I said the other time, it returns a promise. I believe you understand what promises are. So you will now say dot then you will now say response. Whatever response that you get, you can just do something like set data using that response dot data. Okay, but actually before we do this one, let me console.log what the site is going to be giving me. Console.log, then response dot data. Okay, so if I should save this, come here, come to my React app. What is the meaning of use effect is not defined? I brought in use effect. Oh, I brought in use state only. Copy use effects. So save this and come back here. Okay, so you see it got the products. It got the product. You can see all the products that you got. You can see all the products. Okay, so I can just say dot products. So response dot data, then products. If I save this and I do another reload, now this is the data itself. This is the data itself. So I can just say set data. Okay, so this is the data. This is the data. Now what can I do with this data? I can decide to use the map function to output the data. Okay, I can decide to use the map function. Okay, I can use the dot map to render this one. I can do something like this. So let me say return or if data dot length. Don't forget that data is going to be an array. If data dot length equal to 0, I can just call this a list. So if data dot length equal to 0, what do I want to do? Just return maybe h1, no products found. Okay, so now come here and let's do our array.map. So just data dot map, then I can say index, no, item, or let me use products comma index. Then this is going to be an arrow function. Then I'll start. I can just say I'll just bring in maybe an h1, or let me use an h3. So this h3 is just going to be carrying the key. The key is going to be index. It has to be unique, don't forget. Then for this value, I'm just going to be having products. Then no, it has to be inside this products. Then don't forget it's a dictionary title. Come here and do product then title. So You can see the title over here. You can see the title. So save this. Come here. It's telling me no products found. Okay, you can see it. You can see it. You can see it. iPhone, Samsung. Now, because I've not added asynchronous rendering, asynchronous JavaScript, I've not added it to this particular code that we wrote. That is the reason why if you load it, it will first of all say no products found, then it will bring out the name of the product that I pulled from this particular website over here. Okay, so you can pull single products as well. You can, we are going to be using it, don't worry, we are going to be using it. So you can see how I pulled this data from here. So that is it basically. That is it. Or another thing I can do, I can just say, I can say, I can do something like data. Okay, data, then I'll put a question mark. If data, then I think this is coming from one, two, close, one, two, three. Okay, so let me close it here. Where is this coming from? Okay, this is coming from here. Okay, so paragraph loading. Okay, so I think this is better. I think this is better. So let me take this one out for now. If I save this, so while it is still trying to pull the data, it will show loading. Okay, so let me come here. If I should reload, okay, so it is not showing that anymore. It's not showing that anymore. So basically, that is how you can pull data from an external source into your application. That is how you can use Axios. Now, to add the async await, to make it an asynchronous call, to add the async await, so you can do something like const fetch data. So you can see these Axios that I have over here. So you can say const fetch data equal to an asynchronous function. Okay, so an asynchronous arrow function. So I'm going to be doing something like try, then I can do try catch. So in this try block, I'm going to be making the request. Okay, so after making the request, dot, then I'll set what I have to set. So bring it here. So you can see where I'm making the call. You can see where I'm making the call. So catch error, then I can just say console.log, then error fetching data. Error fetching data. So I can just say comma error. Okay. So when I'm done, I'll just come here, then I'll call my fetch data. Fetch data. So I think this is the proper way to do it, to make an asynchronous call. Save this, come here. So the call is now asynchronous. It's an asynchronous call in the sense that it will always wait for it to run before it continues. It will always wait for it to run before it continues. So how do you make a post request? How do you make a post request? How do you make a post request? So let's also use this one. So I can say update a product. Let me do update a product. So product. Okay, this is where I update the products. Um, okay, to add a new product, it is giving me fetch. It's going to be post. The context header will be application type. Then the body is going to be this. update a product. What output is it going to be showing me? Okay, it's just going to be showing the ID and the title. Okay, and it's just okay. Very good, very good. So the first thing I have to do is that I have to set up the body of my email. Okay, the body of the post request. I need to set it up. So how do I do that? Very easy. So, or should I create another one? Okay, let me still put it in this use effect for now. Let me comment out the fetch data. So let me comment out the fetch data. So you can do something like this: axios.post, or let me still use this one. Instead of fetch data, this is going to be const, then let me say handle, maybe submit or something. When you submit a form, normally you want to post the data somewhere, so you can say handle posts. So handle post is going to be an asynchronous function, asynchronous arrow function. Okay, so this is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. So don't forget the try block, the try catch. So let me just sort out the copy. So this is going to be error posting data. Okay, error posting data. So the error. So now, what is the next thing to do? You can say do something like axios.posts. You can do something like axios.posts. Axios.posts. Now this axios.posts, you're going to be giving it two different parameters: the URL and the data. The data is going to be a dictionary. Okay. So let me come here and do something like this: posts, let's post data equal to this dictionary. So come here and copy close. So let me just use, let me just do title alone. Let me just do title alone. I can just say title is this, and the description. The description, I can say the description is, this is a BMW pencil. Okay, so I just have title and description. This is the data that I'm posting to the API. So axios.post, another thing you might want to do to make it more um, to make it look more readable, you can have your URL. Let URL be equal to this. So the URL is the place where I'm posting the data to. So you can see where I'm posting the data now. So this is using fetch, but we are using Axios. See where I'm posting the data. Okay, so URL to this. So just come to Axios, URL comma data, post data rather, post data. Okay, so that is what you want to try. Now the next thing we want to do is to log whatever the API is giving us as a response, just to log it. So we can do something like this also: const response equal to this. Then after that, you just log the response to the console. You can say console.log post request response. The post request response, what am I going to post? So you can just say response. maybe dot data, response dot data. Okay, so don't forget, in the case of the fetch data, you can see that I'm doing something like actually it should be async await await. It should be async await async await. Okay, so now in this case, now you see I'm having const response equal to axios dot post, then url post data, console.log post request the response dot data. Okay, so you can also do this here too, where you do something like const response equal to await this guy, await, so await this guy, then whatsoever you have, instead of using the dot, then you can also do the response like what I did over here. So the response dot data, you can always do whatever you want to do with it. So I'm not going to be calling fetch data, I want to call post data. Okay, so you can see handle post, rather handle post. So handle post, save it, then come back here. Now you can see the post request response ID 101. The title is what? BMW pencil. Then the description is this is a new, exactly what we passed into the API over here. Exactly what we passed into it. Exactly what we passed. You can see the URL and the data. Both of them, just feed it into Axios. Axios will make the post request, then whatever response it gets. And you can see this is an asynchronous call. This is an asynchronous call. So basically, that is how you make post requests using your Axios. So normally you might want to create a form here. You might want to create a form here. Then after creating the form, they will fill the form. Then after filling the form, on the handle submit, you prevent default. Then post the data using Axios to wherever the data has to go. Okay, so the conclusion is that Axios simplifies the process of making HTTP requests in React applications. Whether you are fetching data from an API or sending to a server, Axios provides a clean and consistent API. So the library supports various HTTP methods apart from just post and get. So we have interceptors and request response transformations, making it a powerful tool for handling asynchronous operations in your React project. Okay, so that is it basically. That is it basically. Now let us move on to the last part of this course. So basically, all the data that we have been pulling, we are going to be making use of them. All the data we have been pulling so far, we are just going to be making use of them, where we have just an archive page and a single post page. Just the archive and the single post page. That is all we are doing. So with the knowledge that you are going to be gaining from this archive and single post page, you can do so many other type of applications. So let us move. Let us move. So this is the app.js that I have. I feel compelled to create another app.js. So to create another app.js. So let me just come here. Let me rename this one first. Let me rename this one first. So I will rename this one to app underscore underscore dot js. So it won't detect this one anymore. So app.js. So this app.js, I'm going to be stealing from some things from here. So let me copy our app.css. So RAFCE. So this is going to be app. So this is coming from React. Save this. If you come back to my page, okay, I'm having two React imports. Come back to my page. Okay, you see, I have my page. The background color is app because if you come to the CSS that we did, the app.css, where is it? This app.css. Let me bring it here. So you can see the background color and the color of the text. So let me delete all these other ones. I don't need them for now. Okay. I've even deleted the CSS file that I wanted to use. So bring it here. Okay. Then I can close this one. I can close this one. So app, then the app. Okay. Um, let me create a SAS file since we've installed SAS already. So I can just create a new file and say this is the main dot SAS. No, it should be SCSS, please. Don't make the mistake. SCSS. So let me copy the whole of the all the styles in this. Let me bring it here. Then app.css. So instead of app.css, let me have main.scss. So I'm integrating the SCSS inside the app directly. If you come here, I still have my styling. All the styling is intact. Okay. So where do we start from? Where do we start from? Come here. So let me create a div. This div is going to be the header. So div. So this is going to be the header. Okay. No, class name. The class name is going to be header. So basically that is how you add a class name to your element. So you can add a class name, you can add an ID, whatever you want to do. So this is going to be the header. Then I'm going to be having the footer. Then this is where the products are going to be. Products. So now the reason why it is giving me all these underlines here is because the return statement must return only one element. Only one element is what the return statement must return. But a workaround is for you to use fragments. For you to use fragments. Okay, so this is a workaround for you to use fragments. So for this header, I can just add a text. I can just say this is the page header. Okay. Then for this footer, I can just do something like this is the page footer. Okay. Save this and come here. Then let us do a bit of styling for it. If you come here, this is the page header and this is the page footer. So I want to style them together. So dot header, then dot footer. Actually, there should be a comma here. I want to style them together. So that is the joint selector. Then I can do something like width of 100%, just the same way the default is. Then the height, I can give it a height of maybe let me say 150 pixels. Then I can give it a font size of maybe 4 rem, or let me do 2 rem. 2 rem. So the color, okay, this is handling the color already. But since these are the header and the footer, I want it to have a different color. Let me give this a background color of let me see what color is nice. Let me do aquamarine. Then or let me give this a background color of this color over here. Then the color itself is going to be aqua. What am I doing? Okay, it should be like this. Color. I'm making a mistake somewhere. Color is aqua, yes. So if I should save this and I come here, This is the page header, then this is the page footer. I think it is too high. Let me make this 75 pixels. 75 pixels. So I'm cutting the height into 2. Very good. Now for this product that I have over here, let me give the product, no, dot product a minimum height. I want to give it a minimum height, height of maybe, let me give it a minimum height of maybe 400 pixels. Okay, so to give the spacing between the header and the footer, you can see I've given the spacing between the header and the footer. Or let me be a bit merciful, let me make it 300. Save it. Okay, now this is the header and this is the footer. Okay, so the next thing I want to do, I want to center the text inside the header and the footer. So how can I do that? I can do display flex, justify the content, center, then also align the content, align content, no, it should be align items, center. Save the two of them and come back here. You can see this is the page header, then this is the page footer. Okay, so this is where I'm going to be pulling my products. So so for this product now, for this product I can come here and I'll start fetching my data. But I need something from here. So I have copied the router. Very good. So I can just come here, copy it, then come here. On top of everything, I'll create the router, then I'll bring in my 3 divs inside the router. Close this. So it is returning only the router. Okay, so now the next thing I want to do, this is the page header, then this is the page footer. Now what I want to do is very simple. Routes. So now a single route. For this single route, the path, if the path is the default page, so I want you to render, so I'm going to be having 2 different pages. One is single, then one is going to be 2 different pages. So let me say archive.jsx. So then what do I want to do? RAFCE, then the archive page. So this archive page is what is going to be displaying multiple products. Then also I'm going to be creating the single post page, single.jsx. So this is going to be displaying just single ones. So single, no, RAFCE. Okay, so single. So save this, come here, then if this is the part over here, then the element to render is going to be equal to maybe archive. Okay, so you can see it have imported the archive for me, but don't forget it's a self-closing tag. Then the second one, slash single slash the id. Okay, slash single slash, don't forget this one over here. So this id, we are going to be pulling it inside the single post page. So single. Now I have my archive and my single. If I should open this, single is not defined. Okay, so the single is available now. Save it, come here. So you can see this is the archive by default. So this is the root page. Then this is going to be the single slash maybe 4. You see, it is giving me the single. So now I can continue. I have my archive, then I have my single. The next thing I want to do now, I can start designing the archive page and the single page. But one thing I want to do actually, let me make this one, let me take it back to 400. I don't like the way I'm having a space underneath here. So you can see the header and the footer. You can design it any way you want to. You can design it any way you want to. So now I've created the router. I think I'm done with this particular page. Now let's start working on the archive page. So for the archive page, don't forget what we need is to pull data. What we need is to pull data. So the first thing we are doing, we are bringing in Axios for the archive. We are bringing in Axios, and we are also going to be needing the use state and the use effects. So let me just replace this one, then come here, okay, set data, but in this place I'm compelled to use products instead of data, but just to save time I'll just leave it like that. So don't forget use effect. So let me just write it by hand. Use effect. This use effect is going to be taking an arrow function, then it's also going to be taking the dependencies, which is an empty array for now. Now the next thing to do is to do the asynchronous call. So basically this is everything I need. Copy, come here, then paste it. So now this is supposed to pull my data effortlessly. This is supposed to pull my data, which is everything I need here. Okay, so now if you take a good look at what I have over here now, this is the CSS file that I have. One thing I can do, I might decide to create an individual CSS file for this particular archive.jsx, which is what which is what I've seen people do in standard projects. Okay, so the same way I have pages, instead of having just archive.jsx, they will create a folder that will just be archive. Then they will push this archive.jsx inside that folder. They will now create a CSS file for this particular element over here. They will create the CSS file, but I won't be doing that. All the CSS I want to write, I'll write it inside this place. You get? So that is it. Okay, this is pulling my data already. So I believe that at this point the data is set after everything here. The data is set. So I can just bring this. So return, what do I want to return? This is what I want to return over here. Just this. Okay, I can just say, okay, loading is fine. Loading is fine. So data.map, product key, and whatsoever. So this is the div, the data, and the map. So I can just say the class name is going to be archive container. So save this. If you come to the archive page, okay, you can see everything now. So instead of doing that, let us take it to the next level. Let us take it to the next level. So I'm going to be doing something like this. So inside here I'm going to be having a div with a class name of single. Okay, so inside this div I'm going to be having this my key. I'm going to be having this my key. Okay, so for this individual product, I want to include an image, img. So the image, the source, if you come here, I'm not logging that data to the console. So copy this dot then let me log the data to the console. Okay, so this is the data over here. Now, if you open one of the data, you can see the images over here, but you can also see thumbnail. So this thumbnail is what I want. To copy the thumbnail, So basically, I'm going to be having um, products thumbnail exactly. So you can just for the alternative text, you can just say product name title. If I should save this, you can see all the product thumbnails. I have all the product thumbnails for now. Okay, so now that I have the product thumbnails for all the 30 products that it is giving me at the first instance, after the product thumbnail, the next thing I want is the title. So I can say paragraph dot title equal to this basically. So just to keep it very simple, I can just add a link. Do I have link here? And link is coming from React Router DOM. So let me just add a link, or let me add a div link container. Okay, so inside I'm going to be having a link, and this link is coming from React Router DOM, so it will import it for me automatically. You can see React Router DOM. No, no. Now this link is going to so take a good look at what I want to do now. I'm going to be using a template literal. I believe you know what a template literal is in JavaScript. So this will be slash single slash, then you bring in your dollar sign. So this is going to be the ID of the product. If you come here, you can see the ID of the product. So just come here, product ID, product, then ID. Okay, so the next thing that is going to happen, product ID. If I should save this first, you can say view details. Okay, save. If I should come and view what I have, you can see this is the title, then view details. So let us start styling it. The first thing I want to do, pick up my archive container. Then for this archive container, dot archive container, what do I want to do with it? I'm going to be normally I'm supposed to control the width and the height for mobile responsiveness, but I'll just leave all those ones out for now. I'll just focus on the desktop. Then on your end, you can do the mobile. So what do I want to do? Very simple. Display as flex. Or I can display as grid actually. Let me use grid. Grid. So the grid template columns is repeats. I want to have 4 in a column, so 4 comma 1 fr, and I want the gap. I want the gap to be maybe 2 rem or 1.5 rem. That should be somewhere around 24 pixels. So if I save this already and I come back here, okay, it is working fine. The reason why it is still misbehaving is because of the images. So you can see it is having four in a row and it is overflowing my screen. So what do I want to do now? What I want to do is simple. All I have to do, let me add a class name to this image, or I don't have to actually, since I'm using SAS. So just, and the only image inside is the image of the thumbnail. So for the image, the width is going to be 100%, the height 100% of the container. So the height of the image is going to be maybe, let me do maybe 225 pixels. Then object fit, no, object fit, let me say cover object position center. Save this, then come back here. Okay, so you can see the object fit cover object position center. It is working fine. It is not working fine. So if I should give it more spacing, but let me give it a padding. I don't like the way everything is just to the edge. So, or let me also make this maybe three on a row, just to give it more room to breathe. So three on a row, maybe padding of maybe 2 rem, 2 rem. Save this, then also save this one. Okay, so you see what I have now. You can see the image, you can see and all these things, they are coming from the API. They are coming from the API. So let us work on the product title and the description. So now for us to work on the title, this is the title over here and the class name is title. So what we have to do, dot, no, yes, dot title, the first thing, text align. I want it to be align center. I want the font size to be, I want the font size to be maybe 2 rem, 2 rem. Then I don't mind having that color. Let me just leave it like that for simplicity. No, it's too big. 1.5 rem. Then padding, padding left and right. I can do maybe 0.25 rem. No, that would be, this is padding left and right. Padding top and bottom, I can do 1 rem. Come here. Okay, so, and I want the font weight to be bold. Font weight bold. Okay, save this and come back. Okay, so it is, we can also go to font.google.com to pick up some font to make it look, because this is the default, what do they call it again, Times New Roman, but I'll just leave that to you. So okay, so basically this underline that we have over here, I'm not going to take it away. I just want to align it center and change the color. That is all I want to do. So for the anchor link, just come here, select the anchor link, and what do you want to do? Very simple. Text, I don't mind having the underline, so text decoration will still be text decoration. It will still be underlined. So I can just say color is this aqua that we have over here. So if I save it, but if you see, I'm having a link container here. I want it to align center. So dot link container display flex, then justify content center. So I can just put the anchor link inside, since the anchor link is a child of the link container. So you can see what we have now, but oh, uh, that is getting lost. I have to make it deeper. Save it, come here. Okay, it's looking deeper now, but I don't like it's looking. Okay, Okay, I think this is fine. So you can see the way I pulled data from an external source, then I brought it here. I brought the data here. So basically, if I should click on view details, you see it's going to give me single two. You see single one, then single three, view details. You can see what it's showing me. You can see what it's showing me. If I click on this, you can see it's on the single page now. If I should go back, it will load everything again. So because it is inside of the use effect, so tree oil and all those. Now let us work on the archive page. Let us work on the archive page. So which one should I choose? Let me choose this HP pavilion over here. So this is the single post page rather. Let's work on the single post page. So for the single post page, what I want to do is very simple. Um, for the single post page, I think I'm going to be needing a lot of things from here. So this is the single. I'm going to be needing Axios, and I'm going to be needing Axios, and I'm going to be needing link as well. I'm going to be needing use state and use effects. So paste this here, then return. Okay, let me just bring up the data. So you can see this is the data over here. So let me bring up my use effects. So this is going to be taking a function, then comma an empty array. So this is going to be fetching data as well, but we are going to be having a dynamic URL in this case. We are going to be having a dynamic URL in this case. So let me just bring in this one first. Now, how is our URL going to be dynamic? If you remember, so from React Router DOMs, if you remember the use params, where did we do the use params? Components, I think it is under, is it under news? Is it under single news? Yes, this is where we did it. You can see this ID over here. This is what we want. So bring it. You see the explanation I did when we spoke about this. When I spoke about this, the explanation. This is the application over here. So you can see that it is inside. I'm inside of the single component now. I'm inside of the single component now, but I need to be able to extract this 10. So this 10, when I get it, I will send it back to the API that the product I want to display in this single post page is the product with the ID of 10. Okay, so come here and so, but I need use params, single news, use params. So let me just bring link into this place, delete this one. So okay, so now what do I want to do? What I want to do is very simple. It's an asynchronous call, and this is the ID. So the URL, let's URL equal to a template literal. So the template literal, if you come to this place where you can also get products by category. So you can see that you can even spice up your project with the categories, and you can create different categories. So to get a single product, exactly. So product slash, okay, slash just the ID. Very good. So come here, bring in products, then slash the ID. So this ID over here, I'm passing it into the URL. That URL, I'm passing it over here. So dot then just set the data as the response dot data dot product. I don't think it will be, since this is a single post. This is a single post. Let me log response dot data first. Control D, then delete it. Let me log only response dot data first. So save this. Come here. Come here. Scroll. Okay, you can see. You can see. So you can see the HP pavilion. We clicked on HP pavilion the other time. So we can just start working with it here. So the ID is 10. This is the title, the image, and this. So I'm just going to be creating something simple, a product card, just a product card. So come here, then okay, this is the data itself. So that is what I'm looking for. Now the next thing I want to do is to come here. Then there is something we did under. There's something we did. I can just say null here. Okay. So what did we do under archive? If you come here, you see that I'm doing data, then the ternary operator. So this is what I want to do. Copy, come to the single post page, come here, paste it. So as for this data, why is it shouting? It has no right to shout. Okay, I think I know what is doing it. So I'm not supposed to use dot map. I'm not supposed to use dot map. Okay, so now I can just, let me just say h1 first. So this h1 is going to be carrying data title. I must have made a mistake somewhere here. Okay, so the next thing we want to do now is just to show the product over here, and we are done. So the next thing we want to do is just to show the product here, just to show the product here, and the project, the tutorial is completed. So open this, open this. Now I'm going to be creating a div. So this will be single container class name. This is going to be a single container. So after creating this one, I'm going to be creating inner container, div.inner container. So it's a card I want to create. So for the first one, I'm going to be having the image. I'm going to be having the image. So img, then I'm going to be having the source. The source is going to be data dot, is going to be data dot, no, thumbnail. Now before we move any further, I want to wrap the whole of this inside. Then I will now say data question mark. So paragraph loading. Okay, so now this is data. You can also make another check in case the ID that the user is sending to the API, if it doesn't, if the API is saying that the data doesn't exist, you can also use conditional rendering there to make sure that your program doesn't throw up. So data, div, single container, the inner container, image, source, thumbnail. Then I'm going to be having the title. So title, which is going to be e.title. So this title now is going to be the data title. Now I'm going to be having the description too. So let me just copy the whole of this, the data description. I'm making a mistake here, so this is supposed to be like this. This one is also supposed to be like this. Please take note. Please take note. So what other data do I have there? This is the title, this is the description, we have the price, we have the rating, we have the stock, um, the price, the rating, the stock, the category. We have a lot of data here to work with. I'm just going to take like two or three of them. So let me just take um, the price, the rating, and the stock. Let me just take the price, the rating, and the stock. So the title, the description, then for the price, I can say p dot price, or let me use the same styling for all these ones. Price, which is data. So I can just say price, then bring up, copy price, copy, then this will be rating, then stock. Don't forget rating, then stock. So let me just use this for now. Let me use this for now. If you check the web page, see how uncontrolled it looks. Why is it giving me that URL? It's giving me this URL. It's not supposed to give me a URL. What is spitting out that? Okay, I think I must be using the thumbnail somewhere. This is supposed to be title. Okay. Okay. So now let us go ahead to style. So this is the archive styling. Okay. Then we have the single page styling. So saving this and the single page styling. Now the first thing that we are going to be styling is this one. Okay, copy, post. Now the width is going to be 100%, just like the default. Then I'm not going to be tampering with the background color. All I want to tamper with is just the display. Make it flex, then justify the content center, then align the items center. So basically it will center this inner container. So let me go and style that inner container. No, dot inner container. So for this inner container, what is happening? So for this inner container, I'm going to be having maybe a width. Let me give it a static width of maybe, oh, I can give it a maximum width too, but the mobile responsiveness, I leave that to you. So let me say the width is maybe 400 pixels. Okay, so the width is going to be 400 pixels, and I don't need to add a border. Let me just leave the width as 400 pixels. So for the thumbnail, which is the only image there, I can set the width to 100%. I can actually make this one maybe 500 pixels. So the width will be 100%. Don't forget what we did here. Let me just copy this one. So the height, I can give it a height of maybe 300. pixels, maybe 300 pixels. So, oh, I don't want it to be very high. I don't want it to be very high, but 300 is not bad. So if I should save this, let me see what I have yet. So you can see what I'm having at the moment. So everything is in the center. Everything is in the center. So HP Pavilion, then now I have to style the title and the description. Okay, so the title, let me see what I used for the title that I have over here. So let me just copy the whole of this one. This is something very bad to do. Normally I'm supposed to use a mixin if I want to copy that. So at mixin, title, text. So there's a SAS tutorial on the channel. You can check it out. There's a SAS tutorial on the channel. You will understand SAS better if you come to Hello Genius Ideas YouTube channel. If you come here and you come under videos, if you come under videos, you will see this. You can use this course to learn Python. So we have the JavaScript, we have the CSS, we have the, this is the one I'm talking about. We have the SAS course. This is the SAS course. So you understand all these mixings and everything more. So this is the HTML course we have and the CSS course. So you can just check it out at your leisure. But for now, I'm going back to the business of the day, which is to paste this thing here. So I'll just title text, copy this one. So at include title text. Another thing you can do is just to create the class outside. So since it's a global CSS file, so paste this here, then copy it and bring it inside this other one too. But I think the best thing to do is just to create the CSS class outside of the two of them, outside the two containers. But I'll just leave this for now. So if I should save this, the text is aligning center. So you can see this is the title over here, but I don't like this description the way it's looking. Did I use title for the two of them? Should be description. Description, yes. So save this and come back here. Okay, so you can see the title. Now let's work on the description. For the description, I can have something like for the description I can have the font size is 1 rem by default, so just text align center, then padding left. Okay, what is this one giving me? Okay, padding left, let me say 2 rem, then padding right will also be 2 rem. Padding right will also be 2 rem. So come here, yes, you can see the padding left and padding right, both of them 2 rem. So now I can move on. Let me add padding of 2 rem to this one. So come here to give that space around the card. So I have the price, the rating and the stock. How can I present this thing to make it more presentable? Should I use a flex box to present the 3 of them? Well, let me use a flex box. Although it's nothing fancy. Div data, no, it should be data container. It is not going to look fancy, but at least everything will be on one line. So for this data container dot data container, So I'm going to be having display of flex, justify content, space between, align items center. If you want to learn more about flexbox and grid, just check the CSS course on the channel. Save this, and if you come back here, you can see the three of them are on one line, but I want to give it a margin top of maybe 1 rem, and font weight of bold. Actually, um let me create a span. So the span is what I'll be giving the font weight of bold. So span, let me move this data.price inside the span. No, inside the span. So take this one out. Span, span, then okay. So save this, and so basically I want this to be bold. I want this to be bold. By default, the font size is going to be 1 rem, which is 16 pixels. 1 em rather, which is also 16 pixels. Then I can have span, font weight of bold. So you can see the price, the rating, and this. So another thing I can do is actually bring it together. um, I can just say display flex gap is 2 rem, then maybe just align items center, but this isn't necessary. Center, okay, I have added it before. So you can see how the three of them are very close to each other, so I can just is it margin right, margin 0 auto, is it margin 0 auto? No, it isn't working. Okay, so let me try something. The elements, so okay, 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 unless I wrap it inside another container, and I won't mind wrapping it. Div dot wrapper. So this div container, I'll put it inside the wrapper. So save this. Where's the data container? So this data container dot wrapper. So this one, the width is going to be fit content. Actually, I don't even need a wrapper here. I don't need this wrapper. Let the width just be fit content, then margin left auto, then margin right auto. Save. Okay, so you can see it is now in the center. So let me just add a button that goes back, just a button that goes back, and we are done. So margin top, let me also add a margin bottom. Actually, to save me the extra lines of code, let me just do 1 rem, then auto. Take this out, then also take this one out. So one rem and auto. Now the last thing I want to do is just to add a button, and that will be all. So just to add a button. Now how can I add my button? I will have to create a button wrapper, btn wrapper. So I'll add my link. The link is coming from React Router DOM. I think I brought my link inside already. So I'm not using use navigate here. That is my link. No, it's not a self-closing. I always forget to. The link is going to the home page link. Go back home. Okay. Or back to home. Back to home. So save that, and my button wrapper, then I have the link. Now to style it, very simple. Copy the button wrapper. So this button wrapper, what do I want to do? Display as flex. Justify the content, center, then align the items, center. Very simple, and this will be in the middle in no time. But for the link itself, so the background color, I can give it a background color of this, my very good color. Where art thou? Yes, this is my very good color. Okay, so the color is going to be aqua. I'll leave the font size and all those things. So text decoration none. Text decoration none. So, and it's going to be centered. I can just give it a border radius. So border radius of maybe 0.25 rem, which is 4 pixels. Save this. So come here, you can see back to home. Then padding. So padding, I can do 1 rem, 2 rem. This will be very big. I can do a padding of 1 rem, 2 rem. Open this, you can see it is very big. Let me just change the 0.75. I think that is just fine for me. Save. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. So you can see what I have. Single 10. If I click on back to home, it is taking me back to home where it will show me all the products. But I'm going to be clicking on this non-alcoholic concentrated perfume oil. View the details. You can see non-alcoholic concentrated perfume oil. You can see the price, you can see the rating, you can see the stock. If you click here, it goes back to home. Click here, it goes back to home. Then every time it reloads this particular home page, because we have the fetch data inside the use effect. Every time you mount this archive JSX, then it is anytime you mount this archive component, it is going to make the call. So you are getting the most recent product available. Click on this one. You see, you can see it is giving that loading uh, div over there. So if I click on the oil free moisturizer, you can see the oil free moisturizer. So 100 milligram and all those, the price, the rating, and the stock, and you can see the description. So, well, since we started it, let us just finish on a very strong note. Let's go to Google and look for a very nice font. So go to fonts, www.google.com. Let's just, at least I get to teach something extra. I think I like Source Sans Pro. Source Sans. Um, okay, let me use this as the body font. So just give me 400. Select. So this Roboto condensed. Remove all. So what title font can I use? What title font can I use? Um, I'm looking for a good title font. Bebas. I don't think this is a good font combination. I don't think this is a good font combination. Okay, let me use Playfair display. Let me use Playfair display. Let me use this one. So okay. So I have two fonts now. I have Playfair display. So this is going to be 700 for, no, this is bold italic. Just bold 700 is what I want. So I can just add this to, I'll use the import command. So just copy this. This is what I need. Copy this, bring it here. So come to the top of your CSS file, paste it there. And after pasting it there, two things you have to do. So for this body tag, you are going to be using the body font in the body tag, and which is the body font Source Sans 3. So then for this title text, this is one of the advantages of using a mixin. I'll just make the edit here and it will reflect in all the title texts I have. So Playfair display, copy, then bring it here, then paste it. So you can see all the body Source Sans 3, but this one Playfair display. Save this, come back here, open the app. So you can see what it looks like now. You can see what it looks like. So oil free moisturizer, it looks way better now, to be very honest. It looks way better. So you can see what it looks like now. It looks way better now. Let me change. Okay, I don't like this font. So for this header and the footer, let me use where is it? Where is it? The okay, it's under app.js. The second app.js that we created. Yes, this other one. So this class header and class footer. So okay, header and footer, very good. So carry the play for display and also put it here. So save it. So you can see this is the page header and this is also the page footer. So view the details. You can see it is giving me exactly what I want. Go back. Then for the MacBook Pro, view the details. Whatever you want to do, you go back. So now that we have finished this particular, now that we have finished this page, I leave the mobile responsive part to you, so you can always work on that. You can work on that. So let us create a build, a production build. Then I will show you how to upload your code to Netlify. Very, very simple. All you have to do is just to drag and drop. That is all you have to do. Okay. So basically, you come to you come here. Since we are done with the project for now, come here. You are free to off your server. Okay, let us try to sort out some of all these dependencies. Some of all this one is app.js. Link is defined, but it was never used in app.js. This is app.js. So I can just take out this link, save it, then come back here, then in product.jsx, fetch data was assigned a value but was never used. I don't mind. Okay, I'm supposed to add it as a dependency on single id. Are you happy now? Okay. Okay, single news id and use navigate. I will leave all those out for now. I'll leave all those out for now. So my, yes, the application is working just fine. Go back home, iPhone X, open. You can also go back home. So all I have to do now is just to close my React server, then npm run build. So this is me creating a production build. So when you are done creating your React application, it will create an optimized production build for you. So this production build, you can just upload it anywhere. You can upload it anywhere. So you cannot use GitHub to host a React application, or I tried to use it, I couldn't. So even though it's a static production build, so what we have to do now is to use Netlify. So if you check my folder where I have the React for everyone that I opened when I wanted to create the React app, you will see this build folder. This is the build folder over here. I can change the favicon, and another thing that you will notice is that it is saying React app over here. So if you want to change that, let's just change only that and rebuild. So if you just come to public index.html, then you will see title. Instead of React app, you can just change it to maybe product catalog. So save this. After saving it, you come to rebuild your project. So let's just rebuild. It won't take time. It's a very small project. It won't take time to build. So while it is building, let us open Netlify. So you come to netlify.com, you create an account and you log in. The platform is free to use, but you have some premium services. But for our use case, I think you're good to go. So I'll just log in. I have an account here before, so I'll just log in. If you want to create an account, you can just click on sign up. Okay, so it is logging me in now. It is logging me in. It will ask me to enter some credentials, I guess. Okay, so all you have to do at this point is just to log in with the correct credentials. So okay, so you can see I'm using the starter package. So all you have to do to, I've uploaded some sites here before, so these are the sites I have on Netlify. All I have to do is to click on add a new site. And how do I want to deploy? How do I want to add the new site? I want to deploy manually. So deploy manually, drag and drop your site output folder, which is that build folder that we did. Okay, that output folder. So click on this, and basically I want to drag it into it, and that is all I have to do. So React for everyone, this build folder, just drag it here and drop it. You can see it is uploading. It is uploading. So okay, I think it is done now. It is done now. No redirect rules, and okay, you can see all the files that we uploaded. So if you want to open the production deploy, you just click on this. You can see product catalog, and you can see it is working just fine. This is exactly what we did on our device. On our device. Open this, you see the single post page. You can click this, it goes back. So the brown perfume oil infinite. You can see this is not, this is no longer on my laptop, but let me, site configuration. I want to change the site name. Yes, site name. So instead of this, let me have products, product demo. Okay, let me say HID, product demo. Okay, so you see I've changed the URL of the app now. So let me copy this and put it in another web browser entirely. So this is Mozilla Firefox. Paste it. So you can see this is another browser entirely. So this is no longer on my laptop. This is directly on Netlify. So this link will be made available on the in the description below, so you can just check it out. But it is not mobile responsive. It is not mobile responsive, so it might be looking AWOL on your phone, but on desktop it looks nice. I leave the mobile responsiveness to you. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Don't forget to like the video, drop your comment, and we'll respond as soon as possible. If you have any inquiries, the comment section is opened. So thank you very much. It has been a very long tutorial. Thank you for staying to the end. I'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.